Commissioner Doug Neely.
Commissioner Jim Nasita.
Pete Walter, Associate Planner.
Dan Dretlock, Community Development Director.
Christina Robertson Gardner, Associate Planner.
Larry Patterson, City Manager.
Rocky Smith, City Commissioner.
Jim Butler, HR Director.
Scott Archer, Community Services Director.
Nancy Ide, City Recorder.
Colin Minor, Ward
Thank you. Tonight's agenda, as usual, we will actually what we normally do. One of the reasons that we instituted work sessions was so we could review the agendas of the next City Commission meeting and make sure that we had all the information that would make decision making easier for us. So, if off the top of your head, can you remember what's on the agenda? We do actually have some big items on the 18th. We have
The appeal of the code.
the appeal of the code from ODOT. Don't we have the TSP? No.
No, we took that off.
The code, is this up for adoption then?
I think we.
First hearing?
I think it might have been continued to that date, but after today, you may want to continue.
Yes, and the SDC thing, is it on the 18th meeting? Yeah, Madam Manager.
I am now.
Yeah, the SDC's issue.
Oh, the
Depending on what
SDC's
comes out
first.
tonight's meeting.
Okay. But normally we would have that agenda because our meeting is cleverly sandwiched between the two, and this one happens to be different. So just for the new guys. Now, future agenda items. Does anybody have anything you'd like to add to a future agenda for research?
I do. I
Doug?
mentioned one last time, and I think you got that, but that's a focused work session.
Local aspirations.
Yeah.
That was actually last night.
Yeah.
What did I say last week?
The last week.
Last week. Well, it was last week.
You said last time. It was actually last night.
Yeah.
Very recently. The other one I want to get is a Carnegie Task Force.
Well, that's in our goals. So.
Oh, no, but we need to talk about how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as it's in our goal, well, we'll talk about that a little later too. Maybe we prioritize when that comes. Any others? Jim?
At a future work session, I would like to talk about the Milwaukee $10 traffic citation assessment as a model for raising police funds for Oregon City. I sent out the ordinance today and wanted to talk about it at our next work session.
We actually have a chance tonight to discuss some of that.
Yeah, we can discuss that tonight, and then also in the
That's
context...
under the COPS grant. We
Yeah.
can chat about that.
And in the context of funding additional police officers, that you may want that as a bigger discussion, rather than just one simple... that's what I would...
Which we'll crawl into that some tonight.
Right, okay, good. Any others? And of course, again, you can add them at any time. All right, getting into discussion items, we have some pretty heavy issues this evening. It would be particularly would like to make sure that we get our goals in place so we can actually begin to do our scope of work. But we'll begin with a code update, which is the FAT notebook that you have. And Dan, is that you?
Yep, I'm going to start it off. We have about an inch and a half of code amendments and some maps that we and the Planning Commission have been working on for the last, let's say, 2 years, 2.5 years. The Planning Commission, you'll see, has a cover letter with their recommendations. They basically approved all the code amendments, and then they have some recommendations for further work. Christina is going to go through an overview of all the different areas where we're proposing some code changes. And she worked on a lot of the amendments, and then Pete Walter also worked on the Title 13 code, which is the nature of the neighborhoods regulations that we're required to adopt. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Christina. And part of the thing we want to do at the end of our discussion is really talk about how many more work sessions we want to have on this, because there's a lot of information here, and when we want to schedule the first public hearing. So.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Planning Commission had 6. I wouldn't think we'd want less.
Let's go for 7.
Okay, go ahead. Christina.
Thank you, Mayor Norris and Commissioners. I have a brief PowerPoint, and I think the goal of this PowerPoint is just to give you that overlay so you get the larger structure of what we're trying to propose, and then I'm open for questions afterwards. But I'd like to get through it just to give the big context, because I was even having trouble putting a lot of this into a understandable context, and I helped write a lot of it. So if it sounds confusing, There's a reason, because there is a lot. Kind of the presentation objectives are tonight is to introduce key elements of the code updates, provide anticipated timeline for adoption. We're available to answer questions on specific code sections. And I want to identify outstanding Planning Commission issues and determine if a separate work session is warranted with the Planning Commission. The amendments we've tried to bring into 3 different categories. One is comprehensive plan map amendments and zone changes. 2 are substantial changes and implementation of new concepts. And 3 is kind of smaller issues, reorganization, removal of outdated code, clarifying wording, and some smaller changes. The process we've had to date, Dan and Mayor Norris have highlighted a little bit of it, but we had 11 Planning Commission work sessions from February of '08 through July. We sent out a Measure 56 postcard to all property owners within the urban growth boundary in 2008 of July, and that was to 10,000 people. We had an August open house at the Pioneer Community Center, and we had 7 Planning Commission hearings, and the Planning Commission adopted the code changes, or recommended adoption to the City Commission at the end of November. The proposed zone changes are, staff identified a few areas in the city where lot sizes were fairly large and where land values supported an increase in density to promote infill. We looked at the Clackamas County tax assessor data, and we tried to find areas where the land value was much greater than the building value, and that's typically an indication of underdeveloped properties, when you have land value much greater than building value. And we just ran that analysis. There were certain pockets that just popped up. And we can
Where
talk.
are those in our
Well, we'll talk to you
Oh,
about
okay,
it.
good, good.
And the locations for the ones where we found the
Interesting.
pockets were generally near existing infrastructure and amenities, and there were some, ones that weren't quite pockets, so we tried to identify major areas. And we'll show you on the map, and you can look at the map. The areas we looked at, we're calling them the Leland Road between Myers Road and Warner Milne, Warner Parrott, the area between Central Point and Pease, and an area near Kenema Road and Warner Parrott are kind of the 3 areas we identified as having underdeveloped property. We also are doing comprehensive plan map amendments. One is for the Park Place concept plan area. It currently does not have a comprehensive plan, and we are adopting comprehensive plan designations for any future annexation. Currently, it's just FU10, which is future urban 10 acres. When this is adopted, any future annexation would be automatically zoned to the associated comprehensive plan designation.
I was surprised actually on the first one when you're mentioning, let's say, underdeveloped land. A lot of the older areas in Park Place, the lot sizes are very, very large, and so I was sort of surprised.
We looked at that, but we couldn't find pockets. The Park Place area was very hit and miss, and we couldn't really find a particular area. So nothing came out. I mean, we can relook at it again, but nothing.
No, that's fine.
Nothing came out as distinctive as the 3 areas we saw in the South End area. So the Park Place, the comprehensive map you can see here, and kind of the big brown and orange area is the Park Place concept plan area.
Can I stop you just a minute?
Sure.
I think just to help in my understanding, because I'm surprised by, I wouldn't have identified those 3 places. So why do you think those 3 places are?
It's mainly because those 3 areas probably came in, they're developed probably 1940s or through the county development. So they were not originally developed to city density standards, and kind of the city has grown around them.
Oh, okay.
And so they're kind of dealing with the much larger county lots, but now they're no longer on the urban fringe. They're smack dab in the middle of the city.
Got it. Thank you.
And the other comprehensive plan map amendments are when we had zone changes that moved between different comp plan designations. So if you went from, let's say, R6 to R3.5, you were changing from low-density residential to medium density, so that also required a corresponding comprehensive plan map amendment. We also identified areas that needed to be institutionally zoned. They are city-owned properties that had like R10. For example, Boynton Tower is zoned R10, and it's obviously been owned for the city for a long time and needed an institutional zoning. And we identified some areas near the, that are owned by, for Public Works, mass that needs to be institutional. So those are also in the packet. And those required a comprehensive plan map amendment also. On October 27th, we mailed a separate explanatory letter to all the affected property owners that were either in the areas we identified for upzone and also within 300 feet. And we held kind of a separate hearing that night. And we had quite a few amount of people, and the Planning Commission heard a lot of public comment on that. So people did get a lot of notice for the proposed zone changes in the specific sub-areas we identified.
And what kind of comments were they making?
You know, it was across the board. Some people were, didn't want R6, but were fine with R8, that were our 10 properties. Some people there was definitely a split along Myers Road, understanding that upzoning to allow partitions is probably one of the only ways we'll get sidewalks in the long run on Myers Road, and that's one of the reasons we looked at potentially allowing that. And then other people who just didn't want any more density on Myers. So there was definitely a difference of opinion, and we saw both sides come out that night.
Thank you.
It's just an example of the zone change map, which you can see over here in the big version. Comp plan map's over here. And this is just a more illustrative. And all these maps and all the code are available online. If you click on the L0801 code updates on the city's main webpage, you can get in and look at all of these electronically. So if anybody has questions and wants to look at this specific code section, we have it all online for them. Oops. And right now I'm going to give this over to Pete Walter. He's been working on Nature in the Neighborhoods, which is a Metro program, and trying to implement it citywide, and I'll let him continue.
Thanks, Christina. The Title 13 requirement for Metro requires us to protect significant habitat within the entire urban growth boundary. And Metro has a map that identifies 850 acres of high and moderate classification of habitat, which they designate as significant within the UGB. For Oregon City, that is the area along our stream corridors, which is riparian habitat, floodplains, wetlands, and the associated buffers with those areas. It does not include areas that are on the uplands, which we're not required to regulate. Those are areas that are considered non-regulated lands.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Areas up and away from the streams,
Oh, okay.
so beyond the
Yeah.
stream corridors are considered non-regulated. We have an existing water quality resource overlay zone with a regulatory boundary of about 2,600 acres. Within that boundary, we have a vegetated corridor that's enforced, and that encompasses about 1,200 acres based on GIS, geographic analysis. So we already regulated just about all of that significant habitat identified by Metro within our existing water quality resource overlay areas. There are a few outlying areas, and we have identified those separately. I won't go into them tonight, but we are making a case to Metro that some of those outlying areas are either improperly mapped, which they are not habitat areas. They are since developed since Metro did their overlay in 2005, or they are fragmented or existing development and subdivisions. And in some cases, when you look at the map, we have the aerial photographs imposed on it. You'll see that some of the habitat areas, there's a subdivision there underneath that was just improperly mapped on the map.
Did we add any that were missed?
Well, what's happened is we are proposing to Metro a contiguous overlay zone, which is all of our stream buffers, and that's about 1,200 acres. I don't think we added any habitat. We We added habitat along the streams that we already required under the water quality resource area, which we regulated differently now under the natural resource overlay district that we're proposing.
Yeah, let me just, the whole premise for this was that instead of writing a whole nother chapter in the code to deal with the nature of the neighborhoods, we looked at our water resource code and said, hey, what does that cover? And we found out that it covers all of the Title 13 areas too.
Except
So-
for this little
except for
area
a
where
really small
Yep.
area
I
we've
see.
identified.
I see.
So we're thinking, let's
Some savings.
let's protect it, but let's keep it simple too. So that's what that was our strategy.
Pete, quick question about
Yeah.
Metro. What's the sequence of approvals here? Because you're saying that we're proposing to Metro this code, and I'm wondering, before the city commission adopts it, does it have to be vetted by Metro, or does it get adopted by the city commission and then Metro says yes or no?
Well, Metro does have to accept our map before we can adopt it. They have already looked at our code and said, with a few changes, your code will be in compliance, but the code and the map need to work together. So that's in process. We expect to get a response from Metro very shortly, hopefully within the next week. So it should be in time for us to, get into our hearing process and make any adjustments and those sorts of things.
Yeah, on your map, I see what I presume are your brown, greenish areas, which is the area that you're talking about.
The buffers.
Yes, that's correct.
I notice there are gray areas extending. Now, in some cases, I presume that's simply going out of our urban growth boundary.
Right.
Correct.
In other areas, you seem to have connections that are within it. I may be wrong.
Whereabouts are we talking?
Well, it may be my imagination, but I see what I assume is what we call High School Creek there. That's an area running semi-parallel to Abernathy lower on. Oh, yeah, that's Abernathy probably. Yeah.
Coming down, yeah.
And it looks like there's a gray area in between, or maybe that's some other density. Okay, that's pipe. So what you are showing, you're also showing the pipe connections there. Okay, good.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Basically, the way we generated this map was using our LiDAR data, which we own, which is very accurate, getting the proper placement of these streams in the bottom of the valleys as opposed to our existing overlay zone where we have some mismapped streams where they don't match the topography, but we have to regulate them. And we have a verification process which we use. We'll still have a verification process when we adopt the new overlay zone, but the data is more accurate, and therefore we're proposing a slightly smaller regulatory boundary because we're confident that our maps are better. And we'll have a much more clear and objective process in place for development review as well.
Previously, we had a 300-foot buffer. I don't know if you remember those big green amoebas. Because our data wasn't very good from the 99 Shapiro data, and so they had a really big error rate. Now with our new LiDAR data, our error rate is really, we're down to like 10 feet. And so we're not changing the regulatory aspect of the Title III water resource. The regulatory buffer, the regulatory overlay just got really small because now we can actually just regulate where the streams are. And the person who has, that's 5 homes across the street doesn't get caught into that big buffer like they used to, which was really burdensome for that person when they got their building permit for their back deck. And we told them, you're in a water resource overlay, and they went, where is the stream? And we said, it's the one that's way over there. The one between me and the 4 houses in the street? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So that's been really, really helpful.
Good.
And all those little yellow dots with planning file numbers by them on the map, which you can't see from this distance, are water resource verifications that have been exempted from the zone in 90% of them. Some of them represent actual full reviews within the buffer. So we use that to help define, are we on, are we off? The second requirement that Title 13 requires is that your entire municipal code remove any barrier that would allow you to use a habitat-friendly development practice when you develop or build. And there's a variety of those that include roof filtration drains, decreasing impervious surfaces, and those sorts of things. And Metro did an analysis back in 2004 when we were already largely compliant with that requirement. And what we've done this time is act on their recommendations where the code could be improved. And so I'll go into a little bit more detail on that, but that's the second requirement. Next slide, please. So the actual code that we're adopting will be the same numbers section, 1749. We're going to we've called it the Natural Resource Overlay District, and it's organized. We'll have use definitions, so prohibited, exempt, regulated uses. If you fall within the boundary of the district, you'll be a regulated district, a regulated use. We've got development standards for new development, specific standards for utility lines, trails, right-of-ways, and stormwater facilities. We will have disturbance area limitations, which means if you have a new development, you basically have to stay outside of that boundary unless you're a lot of record. If you're a lot of record, whether you're commercial or residential, but you had an existing development right, then you can use the disturbance area limitation to minimize the impact within the boundary. The Title 13 requires that you
Are you
have...
going to explain that a little bit more?
I can
Because
go into more detail on that.
Well, I think that's important because
Yeah.
I think
Mhm.
Washington County, I mean,
Yeah.
I think one of the interesting things about the Metro regs is
Yeah.
that Washington County adopted a different program
Yeah.
in Clackamas and Multnomah, and I think that as we were taught at Metro, how to move that building on the lot to do that minimal disturbance is a new aspect of the regs.
Yeah, there's the opportunity to do density transfer, flexible setbacks, and to minimize your impact. But for residential development of any kind within that boundary, if you've got a lot of record, we're proposing a maximum disturbance area of 2,500 square feet, 2,500 square feet for a house on a lot. And for a commercial development, it's calculated a little differently. So
Is that unique to us, or is that a standard?
that's unique to us. It's based off of the Metro methodology, but it's a simpler, more clear and objective standard because we estimated that's what
Is it more
a
conservative?
reasonable footprint for a house is. It's more
Okay.
conservative, yeah.
We currently have 5,000 square feet today in our existing code, and a lot of records are actually a lot of records that are 5,000 square feet. So if you have a 5,000 square feet, that doesn't really do anything. So, with commercial, we don't really have that many commercial properties near water resource overlay. I mean, we'd have a couple, but it's going to be a one-off development issue rather than the odd lots of record, kind of near High School Creek and Kenema and things like that.
Okay, interesting.
So there is a clear and objective review process as well as a discretionary review process, which
By staff?
clear and objective review process would be a Type 2 land use process. The discretionary review is a Type 3, and it goes to the Planning Commission. And also, we have a verification process, which is like our current verification process. You either have a Type 1 verification, which is based on our maps, and if it's very obvious, we can do that over the counter. If it's something that requires a verification that's a Type 2 process, it's more discretionary, then the applicant can apply for that. And the standards are written down in the code. Next slide. So there's several ways in which we expect to substantially comply with Title 13. One is the combination of the overlays that we're proposing, removing all the policy and code barriers to habitat-friendly development practices. We implement a new overlay zone and a map under Chapter 1749.
A new acronym, too.
Enrod.
Enrod.
Not A-Rod, but Enrod.
Yeah, came up with that one all by myself. Outside of the Natural Resource Overlay District, we also have our proposed tree protection standards, which would apply to development, site plan and design review, subdivisions, and partitions. That's outside of the district. And those are something that we'll talk about a little bit later. They also allow density transfer, flexible setbacks, and lot size adjustments for those processes to conserve trees and tree groves outside of the natural resource overlay district. So that would be in addition to the natural resource district.
So that would apply to every square inch of the city then?
During development review.
Somebody could take advantage of it if they wanted to during development.
Yeah. Applies to development review properties, yeah. As an aside, these haven't been before you yet, but they're a process that the Public Works Department is working on, are low-impact development standards for stormwater quality and quantity. Kennedy Jenks Consultants is working on a booklet revising our stormwater design manual, and there will be a variety of techniques used that affect both private and public stormwater facilities to improve stormwater that's draining into the system.
So these are options that a builder might
Well,
use?
these are all things that contribute to Title 13 compliance, in addition to the overlay.
Nancy's
And these
but
are-
I don't know when she has a specific month, but sometime in the next couple months, the whole low-impact development stormwater standards would come to you for a work session. And Pete and I have been on the team, so we're trying to make sure that they are complementary to what we're doing with our code changes.
And they would be, as part of that, for example, when we have a pre-application conference with a prospective developer, we would be able to say, this is a design for rain drains, swales, rain gardens, and green development, so that we will have specifications that we can give people early in the process as an option for development. And that's Title 13.
Thanks, Pete.
Oh, yeah.
One of my interests in talking about conservation districts was that, first of all, a lot of the areas that you've got there, they're already built out, and to have a mechanism whereby, and many of them are challenged by invasive species, erosion issues, and so forth. To have a mechanism whereby there's an incentive for somebody to improve that, make it actually a better quality natural resource overlay, and one, and perhaps to exclude that portion of the property in the city's tax base or something of that nature. And it seems like this is from my standpoint, this is the kind of thing that I was hoping a conservation easement would address, not only for new developments, but actually for existing ones.
Yeah, the option for ownership during partition process is fairly flexible. If the city were to assume maintenance for some of these areas, then that would be specified on partition and subdivision plats. And throughout the...
That's not what I'm interested in.
No. But
That's not what I was interested in.
right. But throughout the code, there's also a requirement to remove invasive species, and if you don't have any trees on your site, you have to plant some if you're doing mitigation.
Yeah, I was thinking more from the standpoint of already developed properties.
Right. Yeah. Well,
That would be, we could look at that. I
Yeah,
don't know,
I think-
I can talk, when I get to that, I'll talk about the tree issues, and I think
Okay.
we identified new tracks as potentially having a lower tax rate because they would be considered
Yeah.
unbuildable with tax assessor, but I haven't been involved in the kind of easement aspect, so we can
Yeah.
definitely look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Jim?
On the invasive species
Mhm.
requirement, would that apply to city land also?
yes. Yeah. Capital public improvements right now are subject to review under this proposal.
If it's land,
If it's,
if it's not right of way, though.
yeah, if it's a land, if it's, yeah.
I think the worst problems with English ivy I've seen are in the right-of-way and on public land like Waterboard Park and places like that.
Well, this is for when you're coming in for development. So like if Public Works was coming in for a new building on their property and they had invasive species as part of their site plan and design review, that of course would have to go out. But what this isn't is a code enforcement aspect. I mean, if you're not proposing development, we wouldn't be able the ability to come in there and tell you to remove. That would have to go through different title and be a non-land use process.
Yeah, so blackberries, ivy, and there's a host of them on our nuisance plant list, which are all regulated.
And I'm glad that Nancy's back because I have the geologic hazard slide. The geologic hazards code was updated a while back, and we've been kind of holding on to it for a little bit. But I want to just briefly give you the proposed changes. There was a GRI memo as part of the Park Place concept plan that gave some good recommendations on our geologic hazard code, and we implemented that and also worked with Nancy. And the main things are we expanded the definition of geologic hazard to mean more than just the grade and slope. Previously, it was if you were over 25% grade, you fall into this code, plus some other ways we could sneak in. But we've really expanded it to say, the top of bank can have just as much impact on slope stability or the bottom as building on the side of the hill. So we've really expanded that definition. We've applied additional requirements in the design and construction phase, such as adding a requirement to have peer review of the geologic study, and to require on-site geotechnical reports during construction. We've also referenced references to the draft slope susceptibility map by Dagami are currently not ready for adoption. We're still doing some ground truthing, and Nancy can give you an update on that, but we plan on getting that map adopted as soon as possible into this code process. Currently, that map is great, but it has a lot of areas that show high landslide, and like one of them was the track at Gardner Middle School. Obviously there's a map error, but we have to go through all those little map errors before we can adopt it. So there must have just been a retaining wall near the track that got hit. There's just a lot of those, so we're not ready to adopt that yet until we can really, really ground truth it.
Yeah, I think you've addressed it. You're in your lighter. You are tracking previous land failures.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but there's some that are just...
No, I understand what you said there,
Yeah.
yes.
So, and Nancy can probably answer more questions to that in detail than I can. So that map is not part of this adoption, but we will bring it back up as soon as we have it available. The next is tree protection, land development, heritage trees. We've expanded the ability for heritage trees and expanded the number of trees to be eligible for heritage trees, but right now we are currently still requiring owner consent. And Pete worked with the Planning Commission on all the issues involved and putting heritage trees without owner consent as a requirement. And he's available to answer your questions to that. But through a long process, we just kind of came to the conclusion that we still needed to be at the owner consent level for that. And maybe look at incentives to get people to heritage trees, but not imposing it on them. So, the second one, which I'm pretty excited about, is adjustment to lot size and setbacks to enable tree preservation. And this is through the subdivision and partition aspect, is to look at saving groves of trees and to kind of building around it. And really, you have to kind of change your idea of what a subdivision in like an R8 zone would be. It's not going to be 8,000 square foot lots. It's going to be, that's the density of units per acre almost. And so there may be some lots that are going to be 12,000 and some lots that are going to be 5,000 with a little grove of trees, but that whole area has the density of an R8 zone of 8,000 square feet. So it's really allowing flexibility for lot sizes to be able to save those trees. And you really have to allow a lot of flexibility to do that.
I think that was one of the things that could have been well addressed at Thayer development
Exactly.
that came before us.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I still feel the developer was basically doing the right thing. I don't think they were looking at individual trees
Yeah.
instead of groves, but I really think they were doing the right thing.
Yeah, and you have to be up to the point of 50%. The 25% and the 20% sounds good on paper, but it doesn't really give you that true flexibility to kind of really place those homes around. So it's going to really changing a mindset of, it's not that every single house in the subdivision is going to be 8,000 square feet. It's a much different mindset. So that I'm actually really excited. And that's citywide. So you can be in a water resource overlay district and do it, and you can be, up on the hill on South End and do it too.
I like that.
Demolition denial and demolition by neglect. Jim Nacita has been a a great proponent of this, and I've been very thankful for his help this last year on the Historic Review Board. And basically what it is it's kind of a two-part system. We have demolition denial, which is our ability to potentially deny a proposal for demolition of a historic building. Currently, we just have demolition delay. So all the property owner can do is just wait us out. If they really wanted to demolish the building, they just turn the application in, go through the motions, get the full delay, and the day that the delay is done, they can come into the building division and ask for their permit. There's really nothing we can do, other than all go through the political motions of having the hearing. And so this sets out criteria. You still can't, I mean, if you deny a demolition, you still have to meet and make findings for all the criteria of why you still believe that it meets it. It's still appealable to the City Commission and potentially the Land Use Board of Appeals. So still a whole process. The second part of that stool, though, is the demolition by neglect, which is reminding property owners you can't just sit there and let your building fall apart to get to the point where you can make the findings to demolish the building. And that is actually outside the land use process, and we're putting it in Title 15, which is in the building codes. And the idea is for that to go through code enforcement. So and the definition for demolition by neglect is pretty specific. It's about structural integrity. It's about saying that you are putting at risk the building, the health of the building, not that, your paint's peeling or, your shutter's broken. It's that you, by letting your water get in the roof, by keeping, having open windows, by doing those things, you're structurally hurting the building to the point where it may not be able to be rehabbed. And so it's a way to put that on notice to the property owners. There's kind of a long process. The idea is voluntary compliance, but what it does have is the city does have kind of in their back pocket, potentially, if they wanted to use it, they could lien the property for the repairs. And it's nothing that you ever really want to do, but you kind of have to have that on the books to say, we want to pursue this. And as a property owner, you know that it potentially could happen. So it's easier to work with staff early on to get the issues addressed than to wait it out and go through the court process and potentially have that put on you. So we really see the demolition by neglect code as kind of in our back pocket to use if we ever had to, but we never really want to use it to its full extent.
Doug?
Yeah, first of all, I support advances in this area, but I think we all know, at least in our neighborhood, a lot of these homes that are in deteriorating condition are some of them held by people that are struggling in terms of income source. I mean, and
Yeah.
that's okay. But and I'm not sure how we deal with that. I mean, putting a lien on the property when probably the value's gone down a lot anyway is a little challenging, and I don't know what you do, but.
Well, I don't have the easy answer for you. I think you hope you don't ever have to use it, I guess, is my answer, which isn't the best answer, but that's kind of where we want to be proactive. I want to work with Nancy Bush and the Historic Review Board and try to get solutions early on.
Jim?
I just want to give credit to Christina and the folks in the building department, especially on the demolition by neglect. When we talked about demolition by neglect on the HRB, it was really just a concept, and they really spent a lot of time actually building it into a specific mechanism, which I'm very appreciative of.
Yeah, and Guy Spur was supportive. I mean, as a building official, he doesn't like to, keep up dangerous buildings, but the dangerous building code's always there. I mean, if it's truly a dangerous building, then demolition by neglect gets trumped. I mean, that never goes away. So this works in concert with this dangerous building code.
May I just review? So when we had our joint work session with the HRB on this, so they went back and refined it, and then now went to the Planning Commission? Is that sort of the process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gone through
So it's
hearings
gone
with
through
the
all
Planning
reviews
Commission.
now,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, no, I really appreciate the work
Yeah.
they did.
Um,
And you.
Sorry,
has
I
a
lost my
question.
train of thought.
I do. I mean, I believe it was in Chief Davis' time when we actually had a building that the fire department found as a dangerous building, and I think, in fact, it was rendered, they determined it was an uninhabitable building because of it. We don't have the fire department doing it, and so we have code enforcement doing it now, I presume, but, somehow firefighter people look more imposing than code enforcement people.
Does the fire department, I think the fire department still does inspections, don't they?
Well, I think
Yeah.
Guy works with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I want to add, what thing I'm really excited about is it's just the emergency stabilization part, which is, and this is an example of the store that burned down on 7th Street. I can't tell you that this would have saved it, but we have the ability, once there's a fire, to require like the roof to be tarped within 48 hours. So, 6 months later, after it's been sitting in the rain, they go, oh, no, we can't, it's been damaged, we can't do anything with it. But,
We've got
if you
several
do-
buildings like that.
Yeah, but
actually, houses.
if now Guy and Nancy Bush has the authority, once that fire happens, to say tarp it, and then we'll figure out if we can rehab it. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
But until then, all Guy and Nancy could do was suggest it, and now we have the authority to say tarp it.
Good.
That is good. Lots of good improvements.
Yeah. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. This is real quickly. These are the site plan design review changes, and after we're done, please tell us things you want to go more in depth with. But I'm just going to be really quick. We've made changes to the site plan design review code, just general. We've been doing this for so many years. Here's the tweaky things we need to change. But the overall philosophy, which I'm pretty excited about, it's a way to deal with the state's requirements for clear and objective standards, which always gets us kind of frustrated in the point where we feel like we're imposing a certain type of development because you have to put something clear and objective in. But what we've done, and this is working with Bill Kabeisman and Ed, is we've created kind of a clear and objective path with very metric numbers. If you want to go down that path to develop like this product, you can, but this product, we've kind of raised the bar. But you can also propose an alternate, but we've raised the bar so much that the alternate still has to be pretty darn good, too. And so it's a way to get creativity and flexibility, but also raise the bar in a clear and objective format. So if you keep that in mind when you kind of read these site plan codes, if you see, why is it so specific? We're just, that's the path for sometimes a specific requirement. The one thing I'm really excited about, and the Planning Commission was too, is the cottage housing option. And this year's seen nationwide, but especially up in Puget Sound. And it's really a new kind of housing model, and it's a housing model that we want to see in single-family residential neighborhoods. And what it does is it creates clusters of these small cottage housing, which is about 1,000 square foot developments around a common green, and there are 6 to 12 homes around a green. And the idea is that they do nestle in existing and new subdivisions. And there's a specific requirement about what the homes look like, how big the green is, where you put the parking. And the way to do it is we're giving a density bonus. So depending on the zone, you get a bonus. Like if you're in the R10 district, you get twice your density, potentially, that you could do a single-family home. So you want to allow these, these are smaller homes, we're allowing a little bit more of them to give a bonus to actually implement it. If a little higher density, that ratio goes down.
Jim?
On the cottage housing, I just want to share that last night I mentioned that on Sunday I'd been to this event at the Prince of Life Lutheran Church for this group that runs this program, Backpack Buddies. When I was sitting at my table, there was a realtor there, Carol Yates, who's in town here, and she was really touting the fact that in her experience there was a lot of demand for single-family, one-story small residences.
Yep.
And I said, well, I think we've got this cottage housing thing going in our code revision, but I didn't know enough about it to answer her accurately. When I said that, she thought it might be like something that would be in the back.
Oh, like an accessory dwelling unit?
Yeah.
No,
The
it's,
mother-in-law.
it's
these
a
are-
little bit different.
These are
Yeah.
freestanding
They're freestanding.
Like a
small
three-door house
houses
Yeah.
has them.
But
on
the-
small lots.
Well, not on
No.
small lots. What they
Okay.
are is they're going to be on one lot, and they're either going to be rentals or condos. We of course don't get involved if it's going to be a condo association or
So they're
rental.
not separate lots.
No, you either are going to buy
Got
in
it.
through a condo or you're going to rent it. And it's going to stay one lot, and we're going to run it through site plan and design review on it. Most importantly, on a Type 2 staff level. And the reason we're doing this is having conversations with other municipalities is if it was a conditional use through the Planning Commission, you wouldn't see them be built. A developer would not go through a conditional use process. They would just go build this subdivision. They don't want the risk. And so our goal through the design standards was how do we make sure that the design standards were high enough and that we were guaranteeing the quality, because these were going to be next to single-family residential, but we allowed it through a Type 2 process to encourage them.
I would like to ask about parking for
Sure.
the cottage housing. I assume that those would be very excellent along transit corridors. So that do we allow flexibility for minimum parking because of that?
Well, actually,
Those
they
are
may, not, they may not be necessarily
Yeah, but that's
in
an ideal.
corridors. Yeah, they would be. I mean, they may. They're allowed anywhere where
Yeah.
single-family residential are. And
Well, let's say if they are.
yes.
Do they have to have one per unit or something like
Actually, our
that?
parking standards, right, as they exist today, allow
For flexibility.
reduction
Yeah.
based on...
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I was...
So it would,
Trying to
because you're in site
remember.
plan design review, you could go back to our parking standards, which allows reduction along corridors.
Okay, good, yeah, that's...
But if you
my
were
question.
out on Central Point Road,
It
it's the
still would
one. It's
not.
one parking space per unit. And the whole idea is it's kind of more gravel, and maybe we don't want more than a couple parking spaces together. So the idea is these parking spaces are kind of nestled in through through the development. Multifamily housing, we currently don't really have very good design review for multifamily housing. It's really set up kind of the 1970s apartment building, our existing code, which talks a lot about open space, but not a lot about what the building looks like. So we've taken our attempt to really address what we want future apartment buildings to look like, both up on top of the hill and potentially down in our mixed-use downtown area. And then we've made changes to off-street parking and loading and kind of updated some of the minimum maximum for required parking. Here's
I
some.
was just going to add something to that.
Sure.
Part of the reason we've had those old standards for multifamily housing is, again, this clear and objective statute that we have in the state of Oregon. In a lot of places in other states, you'll see statements like the multifamily building has to be compatible with surrounding residential. You can't do that in Oregon. You have to say, you have to define what compatible is.
You have to- metrics. It's all about metrics.
Yeah, so we have to write everything like, well, you have to have doors that look like this, or windows that have trim that look like this, or roof lines. You have to be super specific. You can't just say, oh, it looks nice, or it's compatible. So that's why it's been a long time coming.
And that's kind of where our aha moment was working with Bill, which was, here's our bar, but you can always propose something different. But you just show how what's different meets or exceeds the standards. And it's the burden of proof is on the applicant to show how they meet or exceed. So, I mean, we want to see things different than this kind of specific, but we have to create something that's clear and objective. It was a real brain teaser for a long time to figure out how to do that. Real briefly, here's some of the miscellaneous changes. We worked the neighborhood commercial zone for future implementation. It was an existing zone. We never took it out in 2004, but we don't currently have it zoned on any property. It may be pursued in future as smaller intensity infill citywide, and it's probably going to be as part of the Park Place Main Street. That's the zone we anticipate for that infill project.
Didn't we talk about that on South End Road as well? We
It
haven't
could
done
be.
the concept plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. If we're going to do
Services
infill-
close to
Yeah, if we're going to do
quarter mile.
infill commercial, we want to use this zone. We've created a code to allow for future live-work in the neighborhood commercial zone. Just specifically, if you were creating a live-work building, kind of you see that product around nowadays where you have that small little studio space on the ground floor, what it looks like, making sure all those particulars, that the parking's in the back for the resident on top and all the garbage is in the back, and you have a decent front door that looks like a business and all those kind of things. So we've had new requirements for that. So currently, we don't allow live work in anything other than neighborhood commercial. But we've created this system that if we ever wanted to add a new zone, we just had to have in the permitted uses of the new zone live work, and we've already created the whole mechanism for it.
So in mixed use, that's
Well, mixed use
permitted?
is already allowed.
Yeah,
This would be
okay.
more
Yeah,
of
that's what I thought.
kind of that infill
Yeah, no, I
option.
understand. I just
Yeah.
clarify.
Measure 49, we're required to establish a procedure for Measure 49, so we've now have that in the process. I don't see us having a Measure 49 case out there, but we have to have that adopted, so we've been working with our attorneys for the code. We have new refuse and recycling standards and a policy. I'm pretty excited about this. We've been working with Rick Winterhalter on the Clackamas County Refuse and Cycling Code, but we're actually turned that into a policy, great policy document about in detail, exhausting detail, everything you'd want to know about building a refuse container for a new commercial building, plus kind of 5 specific code criteria for adoption. So when we're doing our site plan review, we have kind of our 5 ED code and our 20-page policy document, so we can be a little more creative, but we have specific standards. Currently, right now, we have the standard is it made of quality material, is it safe, and does it cause traffic issues, which need a little bit more criteria in that. And it also really, really helps B&B leasing, because we're starting from the beginning with refuse and recycling areas that meet their needs too. And they don't like to be the bad guys. We get to be the bad guys. So, and then finally, the R2 dwelling district. We've removed single-family attached row houses as a permitted use in the R2 district. Currently, that housing type has been overbuilt in Oregon City. Sequoia Landing, Sequoia Crossings, the Caulfield Road project, I don't know what that name is. We probably have about 500 single-family attached row house lots that are currently platted but unbuilt. And we really feel that that really wasn't the intent of the R2 district. The R2 is a multifamily district, and we allowed that use as an option, not really intending what would happen, which was these very, very large row house subdivisions with no ability to get open space and no ability for design review. And so we are proposing to remove that as an option, which means new or existing multifamily development would be going through more of a site plan design review, either apartment or condo review.
Jim?
I'm not clear on why R2 did not permit for design review.
Because single-family attached dwelling is a single-family product, and so if you have, you go through a subdivision and you create those lots, those homes are considered single-family, even though they're attached as a building. They're underneath. They all have their own separate lot, and so we didn't have any design review standards for a single-family home on that. So while you could go through site plan and design review, because there are 2, we had no standards to review them over, except for maybe.
So is the point that it would be too onerous to create design standards for single-family homes in general?
I think it's that clear and objective standard again. So if we want to create, well, we have the open space issue of pursuing open space within a large subdivision and doing site plan and design review and requiring private open spaces on subdivisions, which is something we still are not pursuing. We have open space for multifamily, but kind of requiring these pocket parks through subdivisions, it's a hard one. We honestly weren't anticipating the size of Sequoia Landing on either of them. It just was out of our radar that they could potentially build that big of a R2 attached subdivision. So I think the single-family attached design standards would have to be, they'd be a type 1 process. They wouldn't even be a type 2 notice process. They'd be over-the-counter, like our permit techs would have to review it. And so we're back to that same situation where, it's reviewed the same as a single family. So we're not really getting the overall review we want out of it. So that's what we're currently recommending, is the removal of that. So the existing ones are grandfathered in, but any new ones, any new multifamily would have to go through the site plan design review and have open space and design review standards.
Where I see these row houses working pretty well is in a redevelopment area. I mean,
Well, and you can get row houses in R3.5. They're allowed. And then, can you get them? No, I don't think we can allow them we don't anticipate them in mixed-use downtown, because I think that's an underutilization of the land. So,
Because they're too big.
well, they just aren't, we wouldn't be big enough. I mean, a single-family attached row house in a mixed-use downtown property.
Don't-
Yeah, it would be a.
Sorry, I didn't
We
think
have a
of
finite
much
amount
room.
of land in that area, and I'd hate
Right.
to
Yeah,
to
no,
have
I
that.
meant density.
Yeah. And so, yeah, you're right. You can do it. You can do it in mixed-use corridor, I believe, still. Yeah, you can still do it in mixed-use corridor. It's just the R2 zone. It's really our only traditional kind of apartment zone. And right now, and I know when the market changes, but for the last 4, years, that's been the only product we've seen, and it's not been a very good product. Or not really meeting in that mass. I mean, it's a very good product for 3 homes in a row, 6 homes in a row, not 200 homes in a row. Oops. Oh, and then just finally, we have general cleanup. We've moved all of our definitions to the top of Title 17. So it used to be each chapter had definitions, and we consolidated all of them. We have about 1,500 definitions in the front of the chapter. We've really organized the underlying zones, just took put some sections that were in other codes back into the underlying zones, such as conditional uses. And then we really took a matrix out and really tried to make sure we had our intent of what we wanted for each zone and what the underlying permitted uses were, what the conditional uses were, what the prohibited uses were, and made sure it was really consistent. Sometimes the intent was not quite there for each zone, and we had to add or change some things to make sure our intent was there. We've clarified language throughout both Title 16 and 17, especially when there's been questions over the years about interpretation. We clarified specific sentences for that. And we've just generally removed outdated titles, processes, and language as the code has evolved. There's some sections that are irrelevant, and we've taken those out. The Planning Commission had some outstanding items, and they were in your letter, but I just brought them up here. They would like to have a work session with you to talk about these issues at some point this spring. One is a tree permit program on private property. This is akin to what like Oswego has, which you have to get a tree permit when you're outside the land use process for tree removal. Second, potential commercial rezoning in the South End area, such as neighborhood commercial infill. Revisions of the sign code. And regulating the material of accessory buildings under 200 square feet. So those are kind of the 5 issues that on the planning staff level, we either didn't know the direction from City Commission on, or we gave comments back and wanted to make sure before anything was proceeded further, we wanted to make sure we had. These are small little...
Sheds?
No, it's more of...
What was it?
Buildings under I'm trying to visualize a building under 200 square feet.
Vinyl carports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is a perfect example what the Planning Commission was looking at.
Oh, all right.
So are these items just question marks for the Planning Commission, or were they supported but didn't know what? They just were directionless?
They were supportive of all these issues, but
Okay.
but we as staff wanted to make sure. Well, not necessarily that. It's more
Make
of
sure we're on the same page.
we need to make sure we're on the same page, and we need to get direction from you, and then move back and go through.
I think
I
that's
really want to see that tree permit program on private property before I die.
Well,
I don't feel too strongly about it, but
that was the one that was the most controversial from our standpoint because it takes a lot of additional resources
Oh.
to do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
we just have so much example, though.
we
of,
can do it for you. Just
We can-
we can talk to you about what it's going to take,
know.
though.
Yeah. Zach, go ahead.
I hope you live a long time. I really have. Of course, I guess it depends on the reason. But if some person's bought a house and they like more sun in their backyard, I got a problem with it.
Yeah, but what it does is prevents the scalping
Yeah.
and then asking for annexation.
Well, and that's what
You're
Without
talking about
mitigation.
You're talking about pre-development.
well,
Yes.
it's both.
Pre-annexation.
Lake Oswego is the annexation
Right.
Yeah,
thing, but and I'm not an expert in their code, but they do allow, you can do like one tree
Yes,
a
yeah,
year
you can
do
without just fine, and
I'm
you can
not-
do a tree if it's dead or diseased or
But
dying.
we've seen so much scalping outside of
Well,
our
I understand that. I understand
and,
that.
and,
I
we
was
don't-
visualizing from a
We
different
don't have to be
standpoint.
Lake Oswego's level of review. We can find the Oregon City point of it, but I think the biggest issue is the staff
That's cost.
FTEs that are involved with doing that kind of program.
The Planning Commission's concern was an existing, what you were talking about,
Yeah.
Doug, an existing
The one
house,
tree.
and a guy has a tree and he wants to take it out, and he has to get a permit.
Yeah, I got a problem with it.
Yeah, well,
That's
let's talk about that. because
Yeah.
I
That's the
probably
Planning Commission
do
wanted to
too.
talk to you about
Yeah.
that because
Yeah.
Yeah.
they felt, some of them felt pretty strong about it.
We may be able to work it out. She can die another if she wants to.
Don't have plans, but
As you can imagine, we definitely wanted to bring that forward before we moved in any direction on that. So,
before I died.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just briefly, an anticipated timeline for adoption. Today is the March 5th City Commission work session. We'd like to ask you, would you like to have another work session on what topics would you like to have them on? And how many hearings do you anticipate we need to adopt this? So this question back to the City Commission.
Could we have would it be too soon for staff to have a joint work session with the Planning Commission at our next scheduled work session?
I think we could do that.
Because then we could address these topics and kind of get the bundle together more completely, and here, I think have a chance to talk together about any spots they think are still incomplete as well. So was that concurrence by colleagues?
When I talk about conservation, I think this is great because you're going to do things on the development side that, address the things I was concerned about. But I was really thinking about it in terms of existing properties. I've actually had a couple of people that live along Glen Oak Road that know, for example, they've got Caulfield Creek piped underneath their property. They would like to find some way to daylight it. Now, that would be costly. But in fact, if there was an incentive on the part of the city that enable them to do something like that in an appropriate fashion, that'd be great. And it's that kind of thing. Or where you've got, and I'm thinking of High School Creek, you've got off of these houses that are built on 15th Street, you've got these steep slopes that are there. You erode away, the condition of the stream is terrible. And in fact, there are invasive species all through it. But if there was an incentive mechanism for the people that own those properties, and that's the way I was looking really at the conservation easement. That you have to make investments, but you get benefits. Or in fact, if you had a person that already did this, I mean they have this great little riparian corridor going through their property. They've taken care of it. You recognize that effort.
Right. Well, we can definitely have some talk with the tax assessor and see. I mean, it may be a very easy process, so we can definitely do some research.
Okay.
The other thing we had talked about briefly, I think maybe Dan was in the room, I can't remember what the setting was, but about the protection of solar access, I guess. So if I wanted to put solar panels on my building and the neighbor's tree was growing, what rights do I have? Or in development.
They get a tree permit.
Yeah, well, I know. But, I can't remember. I believe we do have some solar protection, but it wasn't.
It's so painful.
It is, okay. Well, I don't know the issues, so
we'd be more than happy to present them to you.
If you would put that in your list of maybe things to convince me that I don't want to go or do, because it's certainly an issue for the future of energy conservation.
Permit the building of 100-foot towers where you can put the solar panels higher than the tree canopy on an adjacent
Well, I can say the existing 80s code is almost impossible to implement. So
The existing one we have?
Yeah.
It's literally impossible. I mean, very, very hard, because you're dealing with usually existing infill, or as a subdivision, they have all these requirements, and I'm connecting streets, and Oregon City's on this angle, and I'm connecting Street A to Street B, and the homes are where the homes are. So, but Park Place was kind of neat because that was a big area, and they did look at solar collection as an option, but they were able to plan a big area. But when you're dealing with these problems, you're dealing with 20-lot or 18-lot infill subdivisions. It's hard to review at the subdivision level, and when you get into requirements for a property owner, and just what has to be actually presented to the planning division in order to make that analysis. I mean, so we will definitely look into it, and I'll kind of look at what other cities are doing. But I know our existing code is.
I would love to see it, because I know other cities
would almost have to be
work on. And I know other cities. I think at MPAC, Dan, Metro Policy Advisory Committee, Dan was there. I think when former planner Gil Kelly presented the work that. Not the first, but the second review committee of like the side of a home that presents itself to the next home, the standards for that. So you couldn't have like an ugly blank wall in the visual corridor. There are some cities getting very specific about beauty, aesthetics, I guess, in the subdivisions. And I think actually it's sort of Jim was talking about design standards too. I'm not going there, but I know that that's raising the bar even
Yeah.
higher.
Well, and the reason the bar is not necessarily a problem is that how do you implement it with staff FTE, and how do you implement it with
Yes.
clear and objective, and how do you implement it with potentially doing permit text
It's important to remember all that, too.
Yeah.
So to consider. Well, I think it's been a very good discussion. We probably need to move on, unless you have pressing questions, additions. It's your time to get it out. Well, we'll have a lot more time.
Well, and is there any specific code sections that you want to review at the next hearing that you want more? I mean, maybe this is not the time to decide, but maybe it'd be nice to know, of this big stack we gave you, what do you want to discuss more on, or is there areas that you
Do
want?
that at the joint session, too. I mean, we.
Yeah.
Well, no, we could for a further work session, I guess. Are you anticipating that we'll have, well, likely we would want one more work session before we at least begin our public hearings, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you then? So at our joint work session, then we can identify codes we wish to delve into further to understand if we have them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why you're skeptical?
Mentioned last night that we're spending ourselves into oblivion in this department, and we've already listed a whole new realm of more spending.
No, I think this is code we already have.
When Christina's talking about tree ordinance and FTE, those are costs. When you're talking about sign issues, you've
Well,
got costs coming in every one of those things.
Well, I think
plus-
we don't know what these are. That's the purpose.
Well, you can do it, but I mean, this is where you're really going to have to look at your goals, what you want to do, because the cost in community development are going through the roof, and every time you add a new element, it's going to increase those costs, either going from staff, from what we're going to have to do in terms of outside assistance, legal cost, public process. We can do it. I mean, if that's where we want to go. But again, it's a balancing act of all the things. Where do you want to spend the money at?
It has to do with what you want your future community to look like.
That's right.
too.
That's right.
Well, and I think we need to know the options.
But it's going to come in terms of those other services you have in
Yeah,
general
but,
fund.
but,
because
I,
of
but I
those-
think without having a discussion of the options, we don't know what we're talking about.
That's fine.
I think
I
the
just want you to be aware of where we're going.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I think that actually your planning staff has done an excellent job
They have.
of
I have no
keeping
objection to
that-
that. But we keep losing track of this cost. That's why it keeps going higher and higher, and there's no way I can hold that down for you, because every meeting, we're back talking about a new initiative somewhere. And that's fine, but again, is
These
that...
are all
what-
new initiatives, though.
They are.
Well,
they are.
Well, no, wait a minute. Okay, then I need to understand. Why are you bringing these new initiatives then? I mean,
Well, these started a long time ago.
well, no, they
Yeah.
came because of the Parklands and Beaver Creek concept plan, essentially.
I know.
So we have to do
See,
it.
that
So
was-
are we saying we shouldn't be going there? I mean, I'm not sure where you're
Yeah, well-
guiding us. Do we say no, don't do these?
This is what I have been talking about in terms of local communities telling Metro to go away for a while. Because when we talked about concept plans, we went to Metro, we got $200 and something thousand per concept plan, and each concept plan, by the time you're said and done, is costing you over $1 million, and we wonder why we're going broke. These are the issues. This is the area where you're spending your money today. I mean, it's going to $900,000 in the general fund, and you're not having fees cover this stuff.
Yeah, but I still think it's incumbent upon me as an elected official to balance that with the standards in which I want to see myself.
I understand, and we can do that. But again, we also are not even levying our full tax rate. So we're asking, this year, 5 years, actually, we said no new programs. We got a whole bunch sitting right there. And now we're talking about, well, go back, rearrange the budget, make all this happen, but we don't want to raise taxes or we don't want to raise fees. And you're going to see some big ones later on this evening when Nancy talks about SDCs. Again, I'm not saying not do it. All I'm saying, you have to look at the implications of what we're doing, because we never think of these costs when we get into this, and we're left trying to piece together a budget and do a bunch more things that you want to do. And I don't know where the money's coming from.
Well, first of all, I haven't heard that many suggestions of new things. We had a few, but very few.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been impressed by the presentation, but
And you're going to try.
you're no matter what, you're going to get these damn elected officials getting their fingerprints on something anyway, and you know that as well as I do.
Good words of caution. I mean, that's absolutely important to remember. But once we get past, I mean, once we get past this point, you're going to charge for the reviews.
Yeah, the only new program is the tree the tree permit program, and that's one of the reasons as staff, we weren't going to write code until we saw direction from City
And
Commission.
possibly the neglect.
Oh, and neglect, that's true, except,
Oh, because of enforcement.
I just don't, this is my personal belief. I don't really see it adding that much more to code enforcement. It is going to be an odd house, you know.
I think that's one of the most important things in here. To me, it is.
Well, I think the joint session will be very valuable, and thank you, Mr. Patterson, for doing your job as well. Would you like to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll come back to wastewater.
All right.
We will discuss the wastewater agreement at a subsequent meeting. So let's take our city commission goals.
Partners Committee is still meeting, and they may have some tweaks, so they wanted me to wait until we presented that to you, until that's all done.
Okay, might as well get it when it's finished. Then we have, before you, Larry, passed out the goals and objectives, and I took what you saw last time and did putting them in categories, and some time you gave me permission to sort of move some up so they looked like they're prioritized. It was very difficult, actually, to do. I have no ownership, but I was totally trying to organize it. You'll see some things in different places, but hopefully it'll make sense. Can we kind of walk through it because no one's seen it yet? Do you want to walk through it? Or
If you want to walk that piece, I'm going to walk through the other
the other
a
piece,
little
yes.
bit.
And then Larry has created the priorities, which I think is a really interesting way of looking at that and maybe being able to talk about it. So goal number 1, and really everything's open for discussion, whether that's the title of the goal and then the objectives. So the numbers are the objectives. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the tasks are the ABCs. That's sort of how you read it. Sometimes I said task, I guess, but otherwise I didn't.
And you got everything there one way or another.
Yes, I don't think, nothing was eliminated.
Yeah, okay.
But so in the objectives, we talked about sustainability. So it's created Division of Sustainability, hired director and office assistant, and then the task is to convene a task force to develop the plan after we had staff. I guess that was essentially it. Actually, as we go through it, maybe, do you want to go it all through before we discuss it, or should we stop and say, do we have the resources? Is this for this year? How high or low on the list? Maybe we'll go through it all so you can see it all. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
You're letting him throw you.
No, I'm just thinking.
Before you go through this, let me take my heart medication.
Yeah. Okay, and I did take out the cost, but Larry does have that, so we need to, of course, the only way we
Got the
can,
cost, I just don't have the revenue.
and I will emphasize that the only way that we can achieve our goals is to give staff the resources or to raise revenue. So that is real important. Okay, and then number 2, I listed everything under, I guess if you want to call it an addition, I said reduce the carbon footprint of cities' facilities, services, and activities. That's not what you want. That actually is a rewrite. And then I put under that all the things that we said. Ensure new or renovated facilities meet LEED certification standard. Begin multi-year program to change the fleet to fuel efficiencies. Develop and approve a tree ordinance. And then supposedly under that, then it would be, should we be a Tree City USA? Back to protect, enhance, and restore significant natural resources and ecosystems, which is, as I wrote it, it seems pretty abstract, so would have to have tasks. Then explore a program to reuse Tri-City treatment gray water, which actually was moved from another goal because I decided it was sustainable. So again, then number 3, encourage development that supports and meets sustainable practices and guidelines. So I assume there would be an incentive program under that with the cost. Number 4, development of a conservation easement ordinance. Number 5, certify local waste reduction. This is the Metro program of business recycling. Then the goal number 2 is the economic development one and the environment for job creation. Number 1, it seemed to me that a lot of our, this is again an Alice thing, so feel free to jump in, but I put higher economic development staff at the top. seemed to me that that's a need. Then number 2 is complete the stuff that we're already doing with the Cove agreement and the Rivers projects. Number 3 is I put everything that I thought was redevelopment under that. So support Oregon City's Main Street program, assist in all of the other areas with interested parties as partners. Number 3, assemble property to assist with redevelopment efforts when appropriate. Then the downtown parking plan implementation. And number 4 then is a category of job creation and retention efforts, which include adopt the master plan for the community college, achieve state certification of employment lands. And to be able to do that, then we can begin a multi-year program to extend infrastructure. Task 2, talk to Clackamas Community College about working together with those industrial lands. I think I have them in another place too. Then number 5 is all about tourism product promotion and organizations. A, supporting the National Heritage Area Project. B, supporting the Willamette Falls Locks Project. Then C, this was actually a task, but it seemed to me to be worthy of its own. Ask Clackamas Heritage Partners to provide comprehensive report to us on the status of facilities, finances, and direction. And then the 4th one, to explore the tax credit program for Ermitinger House and also a possible new owner for the facility. Number 6, initiate a program for urban design planning. Now, Jim, this was what I did with yours, so see if it captures what you wanted. Contract for design planning that builds connectivity between projects and gains community consensus. And then B, conduct planning for desired improvement and development of Oregon City's entire waterfront. Is that kind of what you wanted? Okay. And again, these are broad. Number 3 are the facility needs, and I just put them under the facilities because I thought that was kind of easier to see, thinking that City Hall was our highest priority because it was the kind of domino effect. So complete the renovations and the move, and then remodel the current City Hall for police operations. Continue to study the police facility for police. And then Public Works Operations Center seemed like it was kind of ongoing. Develop financing and design plan for the center, and develop a timing plan for construction and move-in. Then 3, Carnegie, we all talked about having a task force to study uses. For the library, we need to work on site acquisition, construction, and operations. And then for the pool, develop a financing plan for modernization of the pool and implement it if we can. Number 4 is a big category of livability. And I had trouble with this one too because there were so many little things in it. So I put some of them under population growth, and that was increase police staffing beyond the fire annexation plan, which maybe isn't necessarily related to population growth, but when you look at it, it kind of is when you look at the ratio per and the service needs. So that's why I put it.
There's some catch-up, but there's...
Well, and catch-up is because we're behind the population growth curve.
Goes with French fries, too.
Yeah, you bet. And then engage the community in discussion of local aspirations. That's been talked about in several different categories. Number 2 was having to do with utilities, and then I've learned from my public works director that streets are a utility. So I put transportation stuff in there too, and if it's not clear, we can ditch it. But update and complete and implement utility plans and regulations. These are all the things that are going on. Initiate the update of the TSP, complete the next CIP plan, update stormwater regulations. Are you involved, starting that?
TMDL.
We are doing, depends on what you're talking about. We have...
TMDL.
Well, TMDL, we have both.
Impact development standards right now.
Okay.
Thinking of others.
No, I don't know. This is from, I think actually this is a carryover from the tasks, and it wasn't something we talked about. So I didn't know whether D and C were out together. We can talk about that in a minute. Develop plan and financing for the street and sidewalk maintenance, and then task 1 is an inventory of what's needed. Then gain approval of the governance structure for the sewer operations. So that kind of was all in utilities. And then we had a couple of them that I called historic uniqueness, maintain historic uniqueness of the community. And these were both mostly kind of through HRB. Complete an historic structure inventory and consider approval of HRB policy on demolition permits. That's in the new code stuff, isn't it? Okay. And then 4 was under livability, partnerships with additional partnerships with the school district, and then 5 was Percent for Art program. Then number 5 was communications and citizen participation. So one is explore the need for reactivating dormant committees and establishing new committees. And under that were the 3 things that were suggested, and I moved those from various places, so don't be confused by that. Reestablish the Arts Committee, reestablish the Natural Resources Committee, and establish a Sustainability Committee. Those are the 3 committees that were in the massive goals. And then number 2, encourage volunteerism and organize volunteer recognition event. Number 3, enhance communication with citizens. So A, complete the city website update. B, review with the City of West Lynn the operations and, we're actually doing the new franchise agreement with Willamette Falls TV. And then C, consider expanding the role of the CIC liaison to coordinate city committees and receive citizen complaints. I think that was the ombudsman that Doug was talking about. And then I added this goal because it said other, and I didn't think other was a really good goal, so I called it.
I thought you might want something there.
So-
I threw them things in there. Might be good to talk about some of the things.
What's wrong with et cetera?
Well, okay, goal number 6, et cetera, seemed to me to be focused on fiscal health and, right, and no, I was very focused actually on either financial stability and stuff. So anyway, that's what I chose. It's feel free to laugh. So number 1 was, do we need to remove additional service from the general fund? And then the budget, the ASME contract, and the employment contracts with management classified employees. So it's a really pretty comprehensive picture of things we're already doing and that are funded. And then we have a bunch of stuff in here that don't have funding, and then that goes to the matrix that Larry developed, which I think is pretty helpful.
And I just took the activities that you have underway, put those in the kind of the first column. And I say you, it's saying staff that is engaged in, some of which you've asked us to look at. Other things are just normal course and scope or issues that have to be addressed. An example of one of those is WFTV, which has come up, and that really wasn't anything that we put on the agenda, but it is on us now. A decision's going to have to be made, and I keep kind of putting them off, but they really need some direction from the city, and this was initiated from others, so, but it has to be dealt with, or it's going to be one of those things we could get locked into, and maybe we want to go a different direction, so we're going to have to wrestle with that. Then there's a number of activities in column 2 that either have been on a plan somewhere or things you've indicated that need to be addressed, but they're kind of on hold until we can free up folks to either get to them or we can find some money to do them. And then there's a number of initiatives that are needed or that you've talked about that we'll have to figure out how we work those into a work plan and find some money for. And you may want to move some of those around from column to column. If so, if you're going to move something into that first column, we need to figure out what we move out. Because I don't know about you guys, but I think about everyone we have is on overload right now. So it's.
And I think that's an important point in that resources, like in the second column, the use of that word means staff time, as well as staff numbers, as well as money. And the money, of course, can be both in additional revenue as well as cutting
If we can
expense.
come up with more creative ways to do it, or something that generates revenue, some of them could be perhaps.
I'm open to any way you want to handle these, but when Larry generated this list, it seemed to me that it might be easier for us to talk about the priorities on these lists, because then we could see whether we wanted to move something from one place to another. It's easy to see what trade-offs may or may not be, and we can also move numbers up and down the list.
The other question, is there anything that comes off these pages?
Yeah, right.
that we're not gonna-
That's, I think that's exactly right.
We would prefer them. We would prefer them to come off in columns.
Yeah.
Should we
You know what?
right now?
These goals are essentially for this calendar year. I mean, certainly many of them are ongoing. But
So I think column 3 to be finished in this year, of course, will be easy. But let's, with your indulgence, not meaning to be too coy about it. Yeah, let's look at the initiatives without funding, because maybe that's the way to kind of tackle this. Because, and again, we've got so much to get our arms around. And then it seems to me that when we tackle this priority list, it's easy to plug it in back under the more general goals of what we wish to do.
You know, and of course, some of the things in the first list are basically new things, but most of these are really ongoing things. I mean, number 9, I'm not sure what that is anymore.
We're still working that issue.
Okay.
It's still there taking staff time.
Yeah.
And consulting costs.
Well,
Right.
it seems to me the city's strong commitment to the jug handle project might be a driver of what's going to happen otherwise. That is, you concentrate on the infrastructure we need there currently, but also recognizing that it may be the thing that triggers the development after the fact.
Well, after JPAC this morning, Nancy and I are quite convinced that we're sitting very well for funding for multiple projects.
Yeah,
We're being the optimists.
So
And that's the message,
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Neely.
Yes.
The message is that the kind of economic...
you're pointing at me.
Just to reiterate that, the message to help us get that funding is the economic
Job creation.
growth, the
Yes.
job creation that will follow not only from the construction of the project, but following
Mhm.
on the adjacent site.
Just another aside.
Commissioner
On,
Wasn't
Neely.
able to happen without the jug handle.
just
Yes,
another aside
right.
on this morning's project, and
I put that kind of argument forward when I talked about Phase 2 before the Metro.
as we talked about the projects that the region's going to endorse for the MTIP funding this morning, the whole package, and I don't know how many projects there were. There were,
Not that many projects.
well,
Well, no, for that, yes. No,
There were.
For the
25?
the economic stimulus, there were probably
No,
25.
okay. But all of those projects together were going to generate about 1,500 jobs. And granted, a lot of them were paving. But our projects alone, stimulated by the jug handle, create more than 2,000 jobs. And so when they're talking economic numbers. So anyway, back to the, do you want to go down that left-hand column so we understand the maybe both the staff needs as well as the timing a little bit. You want to give us an idea of that?
Yeah, I'll start with the budget development and adoption. That just seemed, you get a small piece of that. That for the staff, that's roughly a 6-month process. And when we get engaged in it, it is a very time-consuming period. There's periods where it's just kind of overwhelming, particularly if you got other things going on. Nancy has really probably some of the more complex budgets to put together, as well as Mulder, and she is really tied up, especially given the authority she has. And then, of course, David's tied up for a good portion of time, and I get engaged kind of towards the latter part of the development and
we give you a
bring
day.
it forward. I get a day. Yeah. I usually write the budget message on some weekend or whatever. So it's a. And it really is your work plan, and it takes to really go through. I mean, I feel still, because of other commitments and how this thing still comes together at the last minute for me, I give it a lick and a promise for the most part, when it really needs quite a bit of analysis if we're really going to find some of the ways to do things. But I just don't have the time to devote to it that I've had in other cities, because I just don't have staff resource to do it.
And it's supposed to tie, I mean, the budget actually is supposed to fulfill
Well, it's
the
yeah,
goals.
it's and the goals are really behind the budget development process right now, because we're almost finished with the budget and we haven't got to the goals. So some of these things may be the goals for 2010. The McLaughlin Boulevard project, big project. I don't think I have to go much on that, but that really has got Nancy's staff tied up and will through probably early part of the fall before that is finished. The stimulus projects, and that ties back into the jug handle, that's really been taking a lot of Nancy's time, a lot of the mayor's time. I mean, that is a political process, and there's meeting after meeting after meeting, as well as phone calls after phone calls after phone calls. the Cove, I think all of you are aware of that, and today, kind of looking at kind of what is there and where to go from here, but we'll see what they bring forward. That kind of ties back to the rivers, and I think both those are kind of tied together in a way. Cove dredging.
May I just talk about the stimulus too? Because I think number 4 for me has sort of changed how I'm looking at this list over here on the right, because we don't know what's going to be funded. Our stimulus projects also are, they're really not on our work plan, right, Nancy? Some of them are, but they're
Some of them could be.
Kind of
Warner
potential,
Millie,
so-
something like that.
Yeah, I think we're going to, we've got the Warner Milne project that was approved today.
Yeah.
The jug handle will be pending over the next 6 months. We'll still be working on it, though. We are working on it. And with
Nancy,
our money,
you might want to talk what you have to go through for that Warner Milne, because that is such a small project, but it seems like it ought to be just a, go down there and do it, but there's a number of steps you have to
And the
involve
Beaver
with
Street
study.
Road one, too.
I would, if you would you actually just quickly go through the list of things that we have put on the stimulus package list?
that we have
Put on the list.
put on or we expect to be funded.
Actually, everything
put
that's
on,
put on.
yeah.
Everything is put on.
Be-
Oh, gosh.
Because
When they
because
ask-
I've been
help you.
hit with some questions.
Yeah, when they asked us for what could you possibly do in your city that you don't have money for?
Yeah.
I mean, we
We
had
threw
to,
in the kitchen sink.
well, not completely,
Not
but we
Well,
asked for money
Okay,
for
we
the
left the
roundabout.
faucet out. Now we had everything.
There's always something more. We put in the roundabout at Taylor and 10th and Molalla Division. We put in
Oh, wait a
the
minute.
jug handle.
Wait a minute, Nancy. It started earlier than that, though. I mean, before the president was even sworn in, there was discussion of stimulus, and they wanted something, they wanted it within 10 days. That was a list we put together, like $79 million, and multiple categories.
have money
We
for
threw a bunch
Things
of
we
things. We
have
didn't know
never
where it was
talked
going to
about.
come from.
So when I got thrown by a citizen, you got this thing on the list
Three
about
trolleys.
the trolley
That
barn,
was
Yeah.
the
the
mayor's.
trolleys,
The,
and
the U.S. Mayor's
Yeah.
Conference
Yeah.
asked for what
Yeah.
could you use for your
yeah.
community.
I mean, I don't want to be critical, but I don't think we were ever told what that full list was.
Oh, I didn't know either. No, I've got the same
it
way.
wasn't. It was.
I think
It was sort of like they were looking for what could your
You-
community
what-
use?
And,
What could
and,
they
I-
use?
and in Nancy's defense, I mean, I got blinded also and said, oh, no, we're not doing a trolley barn. We haven't even talked about that. And then I went to the
But
list.
now that we have three trolleys,
Yeah.
it would be nice to have a trolley barn.
But I heard a list to buy 3 more was on the list.
It is on there, too.
Yep.
But I mean, I think
Molalla service?
we were given very short time to turn those
Oh,
around.
yeah.
And
I don't think the question.
So,
I'm not
but you're
critical
right.
about the
No,
things
no, no,
going
we-
on the list, but
We don't
that's
know
what I'm
about
criti-
it.
But I'm critical about we were never informed what
Right.
was on the list, and that's what bothers me.
I think the trolley thing is the only thing that isn't on an existing CIP.
Well, those are the two that stood up
Yeah.
when somebody
So back to
emailed me
the
this
list.
list, and I did not get that list from anybody in the city. And
none of us did. None of us did.
Huh?
No,
There's
none
a
of us
lot
did.
of things.
I didn't see it either.
Well,
did a lot of
well,
work.
that part's not good.
No.
Part of that, too, at the time, there were multiple lists too, and you're trying to figure out. I mean, we had the library in there.
Yeah,
We had
the
swimming
library.
pool repairs in there. I mean, everything
We had
we
the
kind of even
falls-
thought
the
we might
falls
need, we
trade
kind
off
of threw in
thing.
there.
We had the locks,
Let me,
the
let me-
locks on.
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess let me put the request that we be sent the
The
whole
list.
list.
Well, interestingly, it was just to a
One group.
email thing. It wasn't. Well, I did print it out actually but then the other things on it were Division Street paving.
Yep.
These 2 intersections up here, the jug handle, Redland Road, and siting of reservoirs, 2 new reservoirs that are in our city master plan.
Your request is a very legitimate request. This is one of those things when I talk about administrative capacity, because that list was such an afterthought that once it was put together and sent off, I never even thought about that. When Mayor called me, I said, "Oh, we hadn't talked about trolleys." I dialed that thing up. I said, "Oh yeah, we did that first thing." But so it's that's one of the things where we're just trying to cover too many bases.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll get the list.
Yeah, but on these projects
We
here,
won't
what-
get the trolleys either, by the way. So you don't have to worry about it.
But if we do, we won't turn them down.
So,
Yeah,
we'll do
if
with
they
them.
gave us money for a trolley barn, now we probably wouldn't turn them down.
but some of those will require some matching, and they will
Yep.
require staff time,
In
so.
terms of what we have on this list, what in fact is on our list on
Okay, so what we
stimulus?
what we could
Jug
put-
kettle, I know.
The Molalla and Warner Milling intersection, and
Holcomb pedestrian, is that on there?
Did you get McLaughlin Phase 2?
that
Number
that
4,
made it through the
and
MEP
Collins
tip
Field.
funding that we just got approved today. That's not stimulus money, though. That's
Yeah.
Metro
That's
money.
MTIP.
And then we're still making an effort to get the promenade and the jug handle. That's it.
Okay, let's continue on down there. Franchise-
Nancy, you want to talk about TMDL just a second? Explain what that is.
Yes, the total maximum daily load plan we have for temperature for the city of Oregon City, that's what we're required to have at this point. And we have money in a small amount budgeted next year, and we're also working with volunteer groups to plant trees in strategic locations to provide shade.
Is this for the Willamette and Clackamas, both?
It's for the
Just
Willamette
Willamette.
has the temperature TMDL. And it's about shading the various streams where we lack trees. So we have a little bit of money in the next budget, and we're working with, as I said, volunteer groups as well.
WFTV, as you recall, a few years ago, that was the primary funding sources was City of Oregon City, West Lynn, and Gladstone. Gladstone pulled out. West Lynn is seriously looking at discontinuing that relationship, which means then that kind of falls in our lap if we want to continue it. At the same time, we're looking at our franchise. At the same time, Willamette Falls TV, we're looking at moving their offices up on the hill, and without a funding source, that would really put them at rest. So they're kind of asking us for a decision. I heard today, too, they're talking with CHP about perhaps some type of joint venture to help them and utilize that. And again, what I have told Ms. Ashford is they need, in terms of what the city's going to do, you need to bring us a plan, and we'll see whether that works for us or not. But we're going to have to give them some answers. And the reality of what we're doing with web streaming and those sorts of things, we could probably redefine this relationship and maybe with the franchise, because this is paid for from the franchise from Comcast. So we could do a better job doing something entirely different, but that's something we'll need to evaluate, and there are some political issues with that.
Jim?
I wanted to go back to the rivers. Larry, you had made a statement earlier about consultants and consulting fees regarding the rivers. What's exactly going on with that, and what's being done, and perhaps importantly, what is it costing us?
Well, we're burning through between both of those projects, depending on the month, somewhere between $10,000 to $30,000 a month. And that's both in consulting, legal fees, and
But specifically to the rivers, why?
still working on development agreements, still trying to work out some of the specifics in regards to design, and just sitting down and trying to negotiate through that package and putting it together.
Oh, and the ODOT piece.
Yep. The
But
ODOT piece is
What
big.
I mean, given the fact that CenterCal, at least from what I've read in the paper, said they're not continuing perhaps until next year, I don't understand why should we be spending money on that when we
Well,
don't
it's
know what
just-
their financial situation
Well,
is.
CenterCal is still pushing forward on this. They're still working on design, still trying to work tenant interest in this. They'd like to get some preliminary agreements on tenants by the spring and try to concrete those by the end of the year. At the same time, they're working with us with trying to, practically on a daily basis, we're talking on some type of issue in regards to the development agreement, because we still have some differences. I'd like to get that shored up so they have some certainty in that, and so they're still looking at that issue. I mean, it's one of those things,
Very
we spend a little bit of time each week dealing with this issue.
So dealing with what I understand from the leasing and marketing aspects of what they want to rent out, what they would be doing, where does our piece come in on this?
Primarily with legal time in terms of working on this development agreement right now.
Legal time, Mr. Janik's legal time.
Janik, and then when we have any type of issue to work out, then that will usually engage myself, maybe Dave Leland, in regards to working with John Paul to come up with what we're trying to do, and that's communication back to Steve to try to put that in words. And needless to say, and then in addition to that, besides that, you've got Mr. Parker, too, that's a piece of that. So it's a three-way negotiation anytime you get in that. You also have some elements still working around the driving range, so you get into those issues, so.
On the list, initiatives without funding.
Just a sec, let's finish, let's go through this, and then, yeah, I'm sure we're on, let's go through this one quickly so we understand what's on the priority list on the left.
Okay. City Hall renovations, I think you're aware of that project. That really has engaged Mr. Archer and Ms. Kai in regards to that, because they're our lead folks on that. That ties back into the lead certification. ASME negotiations, we have our negotiating team is Mr. Leffler, Ms. Kai, and Jim Birch is on that. We've just started those. That's what we was going to do in the executive session the other night, just kind of brief you on where we're going, get any direction on that. We'll bring that back. That'll probably be a 3, 4, maybe 6-month process. Management contracts, I think, given the issue that came up recently, we talked about a way maybe to hold down those type of future costs is move to that. That's going to take a lot of negotiation because you've got about 30 people in that classification, and we'll need to work through that, as well as there'll be some legal costs with that. But in the end, it may save you some dollars long-term. TSP update, that's the Transportation System Plan. That's, Dan, you heard about code updates tonight.
The TSP isn't really underway. It's probably won't start on that for about a year.
Oh. Shall we
Because
scratch
we've
it?
got all the new information from the concept plans, and there's nothing going on.
Yay, let's
So-
scratch it.
But we still have it on our list of things to do, but it's not going to be underway.
Well, you can have it on your list, but as far as our goals to achieve, let's,
Be nice, somebody tell me that when we go to staff meetings.
Sorry.
Ain't no wink.
I'm sure somebody will next time.
Well, we'll have an interesting conversation.
Nancy was throwing us a bone, that's all.
Hey, we got you.
All right. We just saved staff time
She
by
might
eliminating number
have thrown
16.
you a bone, she just hit me with one.
All right.
And we can put number 12 from the last column into the first column now.
All right. Code updates.
We're going to talk about that, but I think you just spent that in that earlier conversation. Code updates, you just heard that issue. I'd be glad to go back through that with you again if you'd like to hear that.
Been there, done that.
Tree ordinance, I think you're aware of that, and we've kind of covered that. City fleet replacement program, that's something that we'll do as a matter of course, if that is the goal that you approve. And again, that's as we begin to look at buying new vehicles, we'll change that out to try to be more fuel efficient. The master plan on Clackamas Community College, that's getting pretty close to finish, isn't it?
It's slow.
It's slow.
It's out of our hands.
Okay, downtown parking program implementation beginning to heat up. You'll again, that group is still trying to finish its study. Needless to say, we've been spending a little bit of time with some groups on that one. That'll be coming to you, and that's going to take some time because that'll have some controversy with it, I think. Police Department facility, Chief Conrad is engaged in trying to see how he can stretch $300,000 into putting lipstick on a pig. Not talking about cops here.
Order.
Never piss off a man with a gun. Cops grant, I'm going to talk to you about that tonight, which does tie back in item 12 over on the initiative, and that mainly because I think if we're going to take advantage of that, that time is upon us as we have to get ready for that. Organized volunteer event, that's something we try to do annually. That's Scott and his staff put that together, and they've done a pretty good job last couple of years doing that, but it does take time. In fact, actually, I could put all the special events that they do, because there's a number of daily activities that your staff does that's not even on this list. Takes probably about 80% of the time, so we're talking about how we utilize the other 20% here. So, website, that program is really up and going right now. That's kind of involving everyone and a piece of that. And once we get it going, if we're going to keep that thing updated, that is on an individual department basis, so that's going to take some time, but that's an information piece. really is reaching out. McLaughlin Phase 2, Nancy just mentioned that, and hopefully we'll get that underway sometime or another.
But this is for the funding, and we can cross that off.
Yes,
We
we got it.
Can I
Well,
say, can I
yes.
say
When do we get to construction?
2011?
Okay.
So, but we got $3.4 million today for that project.
Very exciting.
It's in the bank?
Project cost
It's
$5.
in,
approved.
yeah, it's
Metro
approved. It has the stamp of approval. Yeah, it was a good meeting
Good
this morning.
job, Doug.
Yeah.
Remind me
Next
of the, what
Project.
geographically is Phase 2?
It's between Dunes Drive and the River Bridge. So it's a boulevard.
Dunes is the entrance into the shopping center, right?
It's a boulevard treatment, pedestrian improvements, tree, landscape median, and gateway.
Similar to the,
Getting rid of the McDonald's?
No, no.
Getting rid
do
of
you,
love
do you
that
realize that
Getting
Donald was,
rid of the
McDonald's was
easement?
cited because it was supposed to be a
Not
historic
sure about that
looking
either.
structure?
We don't want to. We're going to try to do the things we can do.
Well, the only reason, and Laurie mentioned it, we got that easement that really tears down the value of that one.
That might
Piece
end
of
up being
property.
used as a detention pond or something.
Okay, back to 27.
We may work back through that, though. 2009 Street Preservation Program, we do that, that's our big preservation program, and that, again, we're kind of ramp that up with the pavement maintenance utility fee is assisting with that.
That has for the new commissioners, that has a incremental increase in the rate every year too, so we have built that into the budget.
Would you, even for us old commissioners, talk about the preservation as opposed to maintenance?
Oh, I'd say it's a interchangeable term.
Okay.
Yeah, we've asked for an annual report, so we should
Yeah,
get that.
we're trying to get on top of it with a stronger,
It's our PMA.
kind of basic prevention program before it gets to the point that you really have to get into major
Yeah,
maintenance. But some of it, sometimes takes more than that. Swimming pool roof and the painting, I think you're aware of that issue. That's getting underway. I think we'll have that finished before the end of the fiscal year. The roof, and the painting's done.
Yeah, the painting's done. The HVAC is going to be done for sure before the end of the fiscal year, and hopefully the roof.
Yeah,
If
we
not-
paint it, tear the roof off, and then have to repaint.
That's right.
Okay, then I think we probably need to whip through the second column, because these are the priorities that, again, we're not positive where the timing goes, and they're not fully resourced.
Okay.
Oh, yay, okay. Oh, yeah, they go in the code, we already have that. Yeah, into 17. Yay, okay, good, we've got now only
So
25.
Holcomb improvement project we're still working on with the county.
It will happen this year,
We hope so.
okay? AMPAC Phase 2, is that going to happen this year?
We have a project manager for that. We're working on it. We're going to be bringing some proposals to the Urban Renewal Commission within a month, two.
Do we have a deal on the depot?
It's what it'll be a package.
Okay.
We'll be
But
bringing.
we've got already funding from Metro committed to that.
Yes, we do.
Federal,
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Metro funding,
right,
federal funding.
through.
The next one is also underway. It's got caught up in right-of-way issues, but we have staff working on it.
So 2 and 3 need to go in column 1 then.
Right. It's a pokey project. The next one.
Those are 2 other items didn't come up in staff meetings.
He was trying, well, what you're trying to do is you're trying to replace some of the things that she crossed out and put them into number 1.
Did we put the Holcomb one then over there too? Number 1? Should
No,
be
we
over
don't know
Just
where
the
that's at.
resources
Oh, because you're
are
not
still
sure there.
uncertain for
Okay,
Holcomb.
all right.
And then Molalla, that's our economic stimulus project through Metro. That's our local agency project.
Which you
And
just got today.
we got $900,000 on that one today. And Alita is
okay.
working on that project.
So that's going in column 1 too?
Yep,
Full resourced. Okay.
yep. And that's we're...
The
it's
object here
one of
is to
my-
get things out of column 1.
It's one of our patchwork projects with sewer water,
Sure, I don't like the trend.
SDCs, water, stormwater. It's,
213 in Redland, we can't figure out where the money goes.
I'm going to DC to get it.
yeah,
I know,
that's
but
what
we
the
keep
mayor's
moving it
job
around.
is.
Which intersection are we going to
Yeah, I
fix?
know.
Okay.
It's Trillium Drive.
No money.
So strike it?
Well, it's
No.
no resources.
Oh, it's no resources, okay. Well, actually, why don't we put that
Without
on,
full
let's
resources.
put that on column 3.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have any.
Yeah.
But it needs to get done.
No, but it doesn't have any more.
Well, so does everything else. Okay,
Maybe come down to 2 columns.
what's the southeast sewer basin?
South End sewer basin
Oh.
improvements. Those are delayed, just plain old delayed.
Are
For
those,
more study.
are
Okay.
those things essentially
Stay there.
tied, though, to the further south end development and part of the concept plan, or is
No,
it we need it
no,
anyway?
this is flooding in the area near Amanda Court and
Oh, okay.
near Cook Street. We have flooding in that area.
Mill Creek Village Mitigation?
We need, that continues to be an issue, and we really need to engage a discussion to see if we can't find and relocate the folks there and solve the bigger issue that we've got down there, and so we don't have to face those issues every time it rains out here, because it still tends to be a problem
We
area.
can do that this year?
If we can get to it. I mean, it needs to be done, because, I mean, we're kind of sitting on a time bomb in a way if we don't get it fixed, because you're going to get some folks hurt down there if we don't get it
They
resolved.
did replace their sewage pump station, and we did replace our water line with flexible couplings. So we've done as much mitigation as we can do, and they've done their pump station, which is good.
Cooking peas?
Cook is done, almost. It's in finals.
Do we cross
and-
that off?
No, it
Yeah.
goes in
Oh,
column
put in
1.
one, yeah, column 1.
Yeah, and then Pease Road is underway. Alita's Cook Street, John Lewis's Pease.
Column 1.
Carnegie?
This represents progress.
Actually,
This means Nancy and I are going to have to free our
Yeah,
calendars so
really.
we can have a conversation.
Talk about something besides.
why is Carnegie in, why is
Ships
Carnegie in,
passing in the day.
why is Carnegie in column 2 rather than 3?
Well, because it's, it could go
We got
in
staff
either
working on it.
one. It's really a question of just getting staff
Okay.
free enough and
Okay.
and define a process so we can do things.
Without
that
full resources.
I mean,
Okay.
it's one of those things we know when we get into it, it's going to take some time. It's a question of having somebody that can get free to do it.
Okay, Public Works Operation.
That goes in column 1. Nancy's working on that right now.
Okay.
I need-
Update of
I need
stormwater regs.
That stands,
That's-
is that in chapter 17, Dan? I thought you said to get rid of 13.
No.
Oh, 13 and 15.
It's in chapter 14.
Yeah, we've got the LID work we're
So it goes
doing
into number 1?
Okay.
underway. Yeah, we've got a lot of things underway. Did you notice?
Yes, notice. Okay, code enforcement.
Get rid
No
of
wonder you're costing us so much money, city manager.
Code enforcement program we haven't funded, to be proactive at least.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that we could fund the system if we need to step that one up. So that will go to either 1 or 3, depending on how the budget comes
I
together.
would, depending on how we deal with the recommendations from Commissioner Nocita in terms of revenue generated from police officers, I think the same thing could apply to code enforcement.
Oh, we could look for specified revenue stream.
Well, the other issue, too, that you have, those things that you were talking about earlier with that code, and I know there's an issue you have it on the book, so if anybody complains, you can do it, but if we continue to put regulations on the book, but we have no way to monitor them or take care of them, it's like, what are we doing? And nothing makes us lose credibility more when somebody calls and we have a regulation and we're just letting it sit there until somebody calls, so. One of those things we've got to figure out how to do. And that's a broad issue, so.
The one thing that, with the code enforcement, their main revenue stream comes from B&B leasing, the franchise fee, and it's been $60,000 since time began. So, I know that impacts the general fund, though.
We do a pretty good job, given the fact that we really don't have any resources going in.
Well, may I ask a question? It's from where again?
B&B franchise fee. And then the
Biggest
rest.
So this is the dumping fee
Right.
through Metro.
No,
No.
Oh, no,
B&B
this is separate.
pays a
That's
franchise fee
franchise.
for running a utility.
Yeah. And then you also have some fees and charges.
That's
And we
renegotiated. every
we
3
actually
years.
transfer a small amount from parking as well, because
Yep.
there's interaction between the staff.
Yeah, and,
Okay. Number 17 is very abstract.
yeah.
I'd like,
I put it there because I'm not sure what I'm shooting at here, but
it doesn't have any projects or tasks listed, so could we strike that and
Yeah, it seems that other
color?
items on this whole sheet cover this.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah.
Okay, Main Street support and projects, are we still giving money this year? We will be.
And
Yep.
we'll be working on a Main Street inventory for Public Works, because there's a number of Public Works issues down there, but it's
Okay.
going to take a nice
Yeah.
plan
Okay.
to figure it out.
And I'm sure as the year goes on, Main Street's going to want other things from us. We're just not sure what that is. They get organized, but we'll have to do our best to support it.
Dan, are we going to do the infrastructure program for employment lands to get shovel ready?
Well, we're going to chat about that. We may not get much started this year, but
But leave it on
as-
that
yeah.
rule? Okay.
It's kind of a 5-year thing in my
Yeah,
opinion.
5 year, but
Sort
you
of
know,
get-
you got to plan it, and then you can begin to
get the
pay
sewer
and
out
phase it
there.
and build it in. I mean,
Right.
I've done that in 4 in other places, and eventually you get there, but you got to start somewhere.
Continue efforts to support tourism. I mean,
Somebody
there are
tell me
some
what we're doing here.
Yeah, there's ongoing initiatives. I think. I mean, we have the tourism action plan. We have our
Yeah.
tourism council. We'll be working on things like that. I think unless it's specific, we could take that off.
It may become specific depending on what happens here in the next few
That's
days.
true. We have some things over here.
Well, it's also too, depending what CHP comes forth, we may be scrambling to do something there. We'll see.
Speaking of CHP, I remember on this sheet, the item about CHP and
Right.
the presentation.
Yeah.
Is that on this sheet?
No, it isn't, and that's what I would prefer to substitute because it's specific.
I agree.
I do.
Could we do that? I mean, I think that's very important.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they should come to us, but
Yeah. This sheet was really just kind of
Right, I know,
get your
worksheet.
focus. I mean, yes. I don't want to spend a lot of time phrasing it. I just want to kind of
Yeah,
give you an idea where things are at, but we can do that.
the dialogue with this is the Employment Lands
Yeah.
Community College.
Yeah, and that,
Will we do
again,
that
it
this year?
depends. It depends how things move along, so that's
Okay.
why it fit in there.
Combine that with
Yeah, I was
Yes,
just,
do.
yes, I
Yeah.
was thinking
They
so.
should- They were
And-
in the. They put together
Yeah.
the goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, the mayor and I saw a presentation this morning that had a gentleman that we thought we should make contact with, and we should, I'll get to Larry.
From North Bend and stuff, so.
Yeah.
Okay, tax credits for Ermatinger. Is that something we want to do this year?
So that's up to you guys.
I
don't know what it
think it's
involves,
pretty
so.
I think that line is pretty specific, but I think that Ermatinger needs to be on there in general in some way as a focus for.
How about explore future of Ermatinger?
Okay.
Can we do that? Because
Because I'm not sure that there's tax credits available, being the fact that we're non-taxed.
Yeah.
So, but we can, yeah.
Just as an aside, since you're here, our tourism action plan, maybe could take out some money for Ermatinger this year. Put that to them. Complete historic structure inventory. Is that going to happen?
We've applied for a grant from SharePoint. It's more of an update,
Okay.
so we're waiting to see.
So update, would that be the word instead of complete?
This is something different, Dan, than what's going on in Kenema.
Okay. Establish percent for art program.
You better do that in a hurry,
Yeah, I know.
because
We're about
if we're
to
doing
start
these public
projects.
buildings
Yeah,
and we're
I
going to
know.
get those done,
Missed
you're
it.
not going to generate much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have missed some.
Well, we've tried to put in a dab of architectural enhancement.
Good, thank you. Yes, and you have been good about that in lieu of that. Okay, plan to assist Oregon City School District.
I don't think that's worded right.
No, I think, but it's worded better over here. I think we wanted to
What are we going to do there, though?
continue or enhance partnerships.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
really
it?
a
I think that's
What
what
does
it's
that mean,
not-
though?
it's not-
Are we going and,
It's not that we're not doing that now.
Right.
So it's really a question
Right.
of,
Continue, what did I put in here?
is there a specific, something we're not doing that we need to be looking at? Or
Yeah, I think that's one that I would like to see something more specific, because we already
Yeah.
do the program for, well, actually Scott can talk about the things we do. We, youth, we share fields, we do scheduling together.
Well, we
Anything else?
yeah, we also, I mean, like, they had a big issue with their parking lot down at the football field in terms of how to deal with disabled.
That's right.
And, you know, they'd run into a bunch of code problems, and we went down, and about 15 minutes we solved it for them. So, I mean, I'm thinking, okay, let's look at it this way. So, we always, I mean,
Can we
all of
just
these
assume we
jurisdictions
will,
work well
yeah.
together on things that, you know, I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do for each other than the things that we do in terms of working out problems when they come up.
I think if someone has a specific,
Yeah.
that would
I
be
have
good.
some specifics.
I do too.
Jim?
I will submit them by email within the next week or so.
Well,
but I don't want to take up a lot of time. talking
Well,
about it now.
the problem is they need to get on the list, so
And
Discuss-
you
so
probably
maybe
need to
it's-
at least discuss them right now,
Right.
because is it
Right.
something you want on here? I mean,
right.
what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
I think we need to know whether to keep this on here or not. And so you'll need to share those, because right now I don't see specifics, because this isn't very actionable. Do you have a specific?
Well, you want to go?
You can go first, either way. Whoever.
When we were talking about this originally, it was, in my mind, it was expanding partnerships that are similar to ones that we already have that would most likely benefit both the school district and actually more so probably the city. And my thought about it was seeing the need for students to make requirements for volunteer hours, for students to meet requirements for senior projects, students fulfilling classes like construction and other kinds of things. And so we have partnerships within the Parks Department where the construction class is building some amazing things and doing some amazing projects within the park that's saving our city money, but is also helping the school district a great deal with partnerships for students learning and everything like that. And I think that those types of things can be expanded. We have student projects that are, doing brick things in Chapin Park, and I mean, there's all of these things, and we have, hundreds of kids that have to do senior projects, and hundreds of kids that have to meet community service hours, and I see a real possibility to collaborate between the city and the school district in even things like when the Carnegie Center opens, partnerships with internships or partnerships with kids running park programs as part of their senior projects. So that was my view, was that it wasn't necessarily the city trying to bail out the school district or the school district trying to bail out the city. It was really how can the school district help the city and how can we help them in these partnerships. And I think we're doing some great things, but we need to encourage those and we need to expand on because I think they're saving the city a lot of money.
We can look at some of that.
Okay,
we can do it. We can do it to some extent because again, that takes
We already
staff time.
do,
So it's a question
and-
who is assigned.
Yeah.
But
Right.
and as long if the school district can provide at least the supervision, I think
Right,
we
it
can.
could be staff on both sides, school staff too.
Okay, Jim?
Two ideas. One I've already launched, which has met with good reception some places and bad reception other places, which is the idea of incorporating Park Place School into the urban renewal district. Second idea I had was when I was researching.
Wait just a sec. Does anyone want that on the list? I'm not interested in that. Oh, yeah, you have to do your fist away. You can pull it close to you.
Well, from my standpoint on something like that, I'd like to have actually the school district approach us on any issues that deal with whether they're going to keep a school open and whether or not they feel that they want to come to us and talk about a mechanism for doing it. I almost think it needs to be school board driven as opposed to city commission driven.
I agree, and I was just approached yesterday that they're talking about the local option in May, so they're going to go to the people first.
The second idea I thought of when I was reviewing the public contracting statute. When I sat down with Superintendent Rada, he explained to me, he gave me the example of how West Lynn and Lake Oswego are not facing as much dire circumstances as other districts like ours are facing, in part because they get such heavy donations to their foundation, and the foundation helps with operations to those schools. And I started wondering if there were ways to enhance contributions to the Oregon City School Foundation.
You write a check?
Well, hold on. One idea that, again, might be controversial, and I'm going to admit up front it's out of the box, is using public competitive bidding and the criteria for awarding a bid to have people compete on awarding a contract as to which bidder would contribute the most in a tax-deductible contribution to the Oregon City Schools Foundation. Because they would get a tax deduction, and it would be our way of getting Uncle Sam to inject more money into our economy through those tax deductions.
Why would we want to do that rather than the school district doing
Well, I
that?
think they would. And I think they would. I think Clackamas Community College would want to do it. I think companies involved with the Chamber of Commerce who let out competitive bids might want to do something like that. And I think we would want to do that. We let out contracts all the time. And if that were deemed to be a valid criterion upon which to base the award of a bid or an RFP award, I think that could generate a lot of money for the Oregon City Schools Foundation.
You know, as a longtime fundraiser, having raised thousands of dollars for schools and other things over the years, making businesses do mandatory things toward a recipient that's not of their choice doesn't encourage ongoing commitments. And again, from my humble experience, people give from their heart and will give generously when the need is dire. And I guess, having emceed the foundation auction for many years and given, donated to that, and seeing so many people spend hours and hours and hours, it seems to me that to ask individuals and businesses in the community to maybe dig a little deeper, to me, from their passion for caring that the schools are the heart of our community, is way more important than, again, maybe turning someone off to a cause that's not of their choosing. I guess that would be my...
Yeah.
Just because fundraising is so personal.
As I prefaced it, I don't think the idea would be uncontroversial, but the issue is, and the perspective I'm coming from is, one, having visited Park Place during their public meeting and have somebody challenge Superintendent Rada on asking him, if you close this school or if you go down to a 4-day school day, you will have kids going hungry because they rely on the 5th day their meal from the school to keep from going hungry. And I had the same, impression when I visited that Backpack Buddies program this weekend, and I made the statement last night. We're in a crisis. We're all here pretty well off, and I don't know if what's the folks who are really getting deeply hit in the community typically aren't the ones who organize and come in mass to public meetings. They kind of suffer silently. And if this were boom times, I'd probably agree with you. Because we're in such a severe recession and it's only getting worse, I will admit that something like this might even be perceived as mildly coercive. But in extraordinary times, we have to take extraordinary measures, and that's why I think it's appropriate to raise an idea like this.
It is appropriate to talk about ways to do it, but in extraordinary times, people do extraordinary things. For instance, the Hope Food program that we have with our local churches, helping other people eat, and the food drive that we're having as part of the 150th, people are giving extraordinary amounts now to that because they see that. And some of the breakfast programs that are helping schools, I don't know, I'm not sure that I see the tie between, I like to see a tie between the objective and the mechanism. And we are a very generous community, and during tough times, we really do dig deeply here. It's a very caring community. I can think of so many times in the past. Unfortunately, I had to close 2 schools and lay off 47 teachers 20 years ago, and it's not a pretty sight, but the community will rally. And I'm not sure that I would be interested in pursuing that until, for instance, after the local option, after the school itself is digging deep and the community has an opportunity to come up with the creative programs that it will to help kids and families. And
You have a situation, too, where many of these businesses themselves are failing, and how do you
right.
how do you essentially mandate donations under
more.
those kinds of conditions?
Keep coming up with the ideas. I think this one maybe not go on the list, but let's go back. Let's go then on to list 3, library siding and building plan.
Okay, I'll comment on that.
Okay.
It seems to me that if we're talking about bringing a library director on early, I'm not sure we're not completely unfunded if we're going to do that. That is, I assume this is going to be one of the focus, bringing the new library director on.
Yeah, the way I was looking at that is we're getting the library up and going after it's been reduced. You have a new person coming on. I doubt if we're going to get to that before the end of '09. But this is the building plan, you know. I think how we talk about siding there. But I say that, but there may be some opportunities that may arise. And again, we're not going to not take advantage of those, look at those if they come up. But in a normal course and scope, I don't know if we'll get to that before. You know,
I'd like to see that in list 2, though. List 2 seems
Okay.
like a higher priority
That's
list to
fine.
me, and
that works.
Yep.
Because there are some there's
Because
things
if opportunity
stirring out
knocks,
there that we might
we'll-
want to
we'll
look
go
at.
for it. Plan for sidewalk maintenance. Any?
I think
kinda
that's a big.
It's a huge, important issue.
Big issue. You're liable
big
to
issue.
have some folks screaming at you before the end of the year, but
Yeah, you know, I would also like to see us, Nancy and I this morning at JPAC were listening to projects for sidewalks, and that may be something that I'd like to see put on another list. And I guess my reluctance comes, I think, from having gone through the citizen process for the PMUF, the pavement management fee, and maybe letting that work, because we haven't had its first year yet, and we haven't had the report of its how it worked.
yeah, we have
Could we delay this
right
one
now
year?
the-
I think it's important.
Well, that's why. I mean, you have a plan for sidewalk maintenance right now, and that is the abutting property owner.
Right.
And that was what we'll continue down unless we come up with a better plan, which eventually I think you may want to look at expansion of that PMUF if you really. My only concern is our street standards require sidewalks. We have no maintenance program or
Yeah.
dedicated fund for that,
That's a
which is,
problem.
again, we're putting in infrastructure with no way to do it other than go out and crack down on homeowners, and we can do that. But we usually do that on a complaint basis, and that doesn't make anybody happy. So, how do we do this is the question.
You know, I think it's interesting, too, again, Nancy and I were talking this morning, because Mayor Sam Adams said that in southeast Portland, I believe, he said that 25% of the streets don't have sidewalks. And I thought, I don't know the condition of ours, and I don't know what percent of our streets. It'd be interesting to learn that.
It's not pretty.
Well, there's some
The
pretty
new
ones
the
and
new
then there's
area
some
the
not
new
pretty.
areas are in good shape, but you go out
Yeah.
through some of our older areas and they're not, and it's only a matter of years.
Yeah,
The other
I've seen
thing
it,
that you may look at, again, if we cannot really come up with a plan how we're going to do that, is do we require sidewalks in subdivisions, or do we just look at our arterials and collector streets?
Yeah. No, I
But
think
those
that's
are,
a whole
you
plan.
know,
that-
every city wrestles with this issue.
Yeah, clearly. But I'm hoping that we can get some outside funding for that
Yep.
someday. Create a sustainability division.
Before you die.
What?
Before you
Yeah,
die.
before I die. I know. And how many years? How many years have I had this on the list? Well, I guess I have to say that number 18 is far more important to me right now than that, though. And I think, I guess I have to back off a little bit, but if we get the fleet, kind of going, that's a strand.
Well, we do a number
No,
of
I
things
was
in
going to
that
say,
area.
I want to acknowledge that. We do, and I guess that's why I would back off of it, because, there's no one that's a stronger environmentalist than Nancy and the planning department, and now that we have codes that really back that up, I guess I could back off of that unless we could, I'll back off that in favor of very specific things, like the fleet update, lead certification.
Way we-
You know what? You know what? That's not a bad idea. Consider it.
Be careful what you ask for. It
Yeah.
is done. Not now. It was a joke they took serious.
I think you should consider it.
Thank you for stepping forward.
And then Dan, I want to move you out in favor of someone else for sustainable development.
Yeah, right.
That's what Portland did also.
That's right.
Dan, you wouldn't do good in the military. You'd be
For the
good
web streaming audience, that was a joke. Mr. Drenlaw is not moving on. Okay. Plan for parks deferred maintenance. We're going to get to that this year.
Maybe. We'll chat a little bit about that tonight.
Okay. Plan for swimming pool upgrades. Isn't
I'd
that?
say that. Don't know what time tonight.
Isn't? Well, now wait a minute. Isn't that number 4 is also number 5?
Nope. Two big issues. They're tied together in a way, but you have
Yeah. That's
you have in your parks area, just dealing with parks, not the swimming pool. You have a deferred maintenance program of over $500,000 and growing as we speak, and then you have a swimming pool that's in
Okay,
need of about $3 million in repairs.
That
Yeah.
building,
Or modern. I should call that swimming pool modernization.
Modernization.
Probably should be called.
Then I would put both of those under a plan for deferred parks. I don't know, projects or.
Maintenance,
Well, I
you
mean,
could call it.
they can
Well,
be. They can
one-
be
one is a
separate.
facilities
Yeah,
issue, the
right,
other is
I
a-
know they can be separate. Okay, conservation easement ordinance.
Well, I think I gave a little direction what I was talking about, actually.
I-
I
Are
hope
we,
I
are we
did.
covered with that, or should we just
Well,
leave it on the list
Well, maybe you're going to have some discussions about my suggestion.
next time? Yeah, we're maybe.
Yeah,
Let's leave it on the
and
list.
so it seems to me I've got the process being discussed,
Yeah.
which I was looking for.
Okay, the 3 committees, the Arts Committee, which is number 15, and this one, which is number 7, and then the Sustainability Committee, which somehow isn't on the list. Those are the 3 committees we talked about, and they all take staffing, that was the problem in the past for the 2, and they all take purpose. So. Right now, I'm not sure that I'm interested in reestablishing those without purpose. But if we can come up with a purpose and a reason, for instance, we can do because we already have the work for the Percent for Art program, it's modeled after many other good programs, we can do that without an arts commission. Of course, it would be good to vet it through. We could also have a task force to do those kinds of things, and we can always have a task force to do public art selection in lieu of that. I'd love to have an ongoing committee, but the trouble with it in the past was we didn't have staff, didn't have a dedicated staff person, and I was the staff when I did it, and we just get asked that of a volunteer. So I know, Rocky,
Yeah,
with
one
you on that.
question on that. With the, because some of the things that I see and envision that were losses in the city that are under the Arts Commission were the Arts Fair and the Mural Society, and so there was a combination of different things that were encompassed in that,
Right.
As well as the Percent for Art. So, wonder, is there any tie-in there in terms of staff with CIC or Main Street? And any, what are we talking about in terms of staff to staff time?
Well, if you have an active committee that has things they're working
Projects.
on, you typically takes maybe 4 or 5 hours a month, depending on how often you meet, of preparation and meeting time.
Okay.
And then if you have a recorder, which is helpful, then you have that person attends the meeting and then minutes, so you probably have 4 hours there. So you're looking at maybe 9 hours at least a month.
Plus, if there's a project.
But yeah, and then the other thing is, with the Arts Committee is, it's really important to have an agenda that's meaningful. Otherwise, nobody even wants to come to the meeting anymore, and that's when you get the drop-off in the attendance. So I think if you have specific, like I think you said, a purpose.
If I might comment, unless you want to talk about the arts, I want to talk about a couple of the other ones that we were talking
Well,
about, too.
I think I think
We
the
got the
subject,
three- we got the-
subject
we
is
got
the
the three
three.
of them.
Yeah, the
Sustain-
subject is the three.
Sustainability, arts, natural resources. It seems to me that you could have, in terms of both sustainability and natural resource, ad hoc committees that assist the planning commission in reviewing specific things, dealing with the codes that we're developing, that perhaps have a level of expertise in each one of those that we would not see,
Specific things.
than we wouldn't see in the general planning
okay.
commission.
I love that idea.
And
least
it
it's a
kind of,
start.
it kind of gives it a more specific direction, I think, in terms of what those activities might be. And so it's something, Dan, that you might want to give a little thought to.
Yeah, to me, that's like, it's just a second right here, Steve. To me, that's like assembling a art selection committee for the elevator. It's very project specific, so if you want code review, you bring in 3 to 5 experts to talk to the planning department in a very short-term commitment. And, I went to the League of Oregon Cities volunteer session, and they were talking about the new volunteer, no surprise to any of us, likes short-term commitments because our lives are also busy. So
Let me also give you one issue you have when you get into things like the planning department and committees, is you have one professional management classified staff there, which is Dan. Everyone else does not fall in that category, which means you got 1 or 2 choices if they have evening meetings. You're either going to pay them overtime or you're going to give them comp time. You have a small staff anyhow with everything we're talking about. If you're giving them comp time, then how do you get back to the office and get everything done? And that's one of the things we're running into, and that because it's just it's a staffing issue.
yeah, Tim.
I have a bit of a different take on all of this. The thing about the Arts Commission, the Arts Committee, it's a Arts Commission, and the Natural Resources Commission, is that they're established by city ordinance. And in those ordinances, and they spent time, like we're spending time now, when those ordinances were planned, reviewed, had public hearings, and adopted, they went through all of these considerations about purpose, about funding, etc. Because they're established by ordinance, I don't think we have discretion not to have these standing committees. Now, the Sustainability Committee
That's good.
idea, that isn't in ordinance, and that would have to be added. I mean, I'm not necessarily
Or
opposed to that.
substituted.
Yeah. But I do think that, for example, I don't have the code in front of me, but my recollection about the Natural Resources Committee is that originally it had to do with trees.
No, there was a tree subcommittee.
And that got rolled into the natural
Yeah.
resource.
Okay, well, I remember
Yeah.
trees mentioned in the
Yes.
Natural Resources Committee
Yeah.
ordinance. Well, as far as a purpose, we are discussing, adopting a tree ordinance. So as far as this very specific task and specific purpose for the time being, I could see, that being the purpose and task for a reconstituted Natural Resources Committee.
Well, let me push back on that,
Sure.
though. I guess to argue for the short-term thing is that the people that I would appoint, or that we would appoint, I assume, to a tree committee would be very different in their expertise and outlook than they would be for a natural resources committee that has way too many objectives if you look at the ordinance. So I wonder, just think, could we accomplish the same objectives to have review of specific things that we wanted to have happen with a short-term committee with a very specific purpose, develop and vet a tree ordinance or something, or develop a heritage tree program or something. Some of that's already in the works, so we're just using that as an example.
Well, I stand by the fact that it is in the ordinance and it should be constituted, or alternatively, if the commission wants to, delete it. It just doesn't seem to me to have this committee that is there but isn't there, and I prefer that it's there,
We do have
and
a lot of those
I do
that are-
prefer that
I
it
know.
gets constituted.
Yeah. It's just, I guess I'm just going back to my original thought, but almost everything that the previous Natural Resource Committee dealt with were issues that either were under planning issues, that is, and that's why I was suggesting an ad hocs, and we can do that, maybe a case of changing the ordinance to permit it, with ad hoc committees that would address specific issues, not only in the development of ordinances, but also to some degree in terms of the review of projects that are coming forward that are meeting the mitigation issues and so forth, where you have specific expertise.
I'm wondering if you would be interested in transforming the I guess it's called increased communication with citizens, the dormant committees, if to turn that into an exploration of ad hoc task forces, and that maybe that would, I mean, who knows where it would go, maybe if that would lead to the changing of the ordinances that established those two. And I'd be interested in exploring that in a longer period of time. We need to move on. Anyone interested in exploring that?
I think we can explore it.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got not head nods for that. Okay, we'll move on here. Contract for urban design plan.
I have a comment on 8, 9, and 18, because
Okay.
I think I raised all three of these at some point. And
No, 18's mine too.
yeah, and I'm glad I have an ally on that. But I kind of see them as part of a comprehensive big picture, because I think there's a synergy between economic development, and the staffer is definitely worthwhile as far as that goes. But I think what I see is number 8 and 9 as providing the context, both the systems context and the physical context in which that economic development takes place. And I don't think I can think of a better example of that than the Leland Consulting the Futures Report, because that document talks about both economic development and design. And I was, when I read it, I was actually quite impressed with the design principles that are in that document. And in fact, I want to ask some of their staff if we're reading the same historic urban design thinkers, because I saw a lot of that stuff in that report. But even that report talks about the whole planning being an iterative and ongoing process of, adjustment, and that it's not static. And so I see these three things together as kind of forming a part and parcel of a coherent development process for the city.
I'd love to see higher that one as way up higher economic development staffing is high up on the list. Not sure whether. Sounds to me like you're sort of saying that comes first. So if it's number 6 goal, or is it initiate the program for?
Wherever they go, I'd like to see those three clustered,
Okay.
because I think they're directly related.
Maybe that's a task for the economic development staff.
Staffing. See, that's what I was thinking, that was first and it emanated from that, because we're not, in my mind, we're not going to get to that unless we have a staff person, additional staff, and we don't have the funding. So, and I think that our economic development staff needs assistance.
Well, I'd be glad to turn that whole area over to someone else, and I'm not for sure that we don't already have 8 and 9. I guess I'm confused of what are we going to add to what we already have.
Well, if it all evolves from another staff person, then we can talk about it. So we don't have
We can
funding
move.
anyway.
We do actually.
For economic development staff. Well, let's move that over then. You're going to move that to column 1.
Yeah, but we're using that funding. We're using consultants right now, and that's what's eating that funding.
Oh, well, that's. I'm very interested in pursuing that. Are you? Oh, okay. That's one number 1. Okay. Plan for reuse of Tri-City greywater.
That is
years to come.
Yeah,
and that's going to take a regional discussion.
Right. Yeah, let's cross that off.
And right now, given the politics around what it is, just to get to where we're at, if I raise that issue,
we'll be dead.
we'll be back.
Yeah, we may not have
standing
wastewater.
still.
Okay, the community aspirations. Number 13.
I think you skipped one.
We're actually going to talk. We're going to talk about that tonight if we get there.
Community aspirations.
No,
Hope to God we do.
Oh,
number
please
12.
staffing. Yeah. No, I guess I already had moved it over to number column 1, so I was skipping it.
Actually, it kind of is in both, but when we talk about it, then you can figure out where it goes later on tonight.
Yeah, okay, let's move that over though. Okay, the community aspirations, we're actually going to do that. I mean, we have to do it. We're mandated to do it. We just don't know how we're going to do it. So it has to be on our list. And I think it needs to be on our list for discussion of process.
Wait a minute. I hear cha-ching, cha-ching.
I know, but we're required. And as we talk about
What I
how
talked
we
about before, somebody has to push back eventually that we can't keep going down this road.
Well, wait a minute. Do we know how we want to grow in our community? I mean, there's some questions we haven't answered, so how are we going to answer them? We just make it up?
Maybe we can make some of it up, but anyway, but the point is that it is so germane as we're going through this urban and rural reserve process that we have that discussion.
When we're talking looking out 50 years, there is no one here that knows what that's going to look like. That is spending money on something that no one can predict.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at the
That's
minimum.
where it gets.
Well,
because
at the
but
minimum.
having gone through multiple planning processes in Bend that said one thing, and what it is today,
Yes, but however.
we spent a lot of money, and none of that stuff is applicable today. So
Okay,
it's gotta
I'm
be
going to back
within
away
a
from
frame.
spending a lot of money. I can do that because we're involved in all these processes. But I feel when I go to the reserves meetings, and Doug may feel the same way, that I don't know necessarily whether I'm representing the views of my community, and that is the piece for me that we need to. Okay, at
we
the
just
minimum,
updated the comprehensive plan not long ago.
4 years ago, but we're a different community than we were then.
Well,
and what at the minimum we need to look
Then maybe
at
we
the
talk periodic review.
Hold on. At the minimum, we need to have that report of what our comp plan says, because we've not done that during this time.
Did you see I sent
Yes.
a report on what our comp
Right, and we need to review what you sent. We also need to re-review, I think, your population numbers and stuff, which were great. And at the minimum, we need to have those. We need to have someone from Metro to talk about those aspirational things, and probably someone from the reserves process, maybe Doug McLean or one of the planners, to talk about the implications for Oregon City. I mean, Doug's our reporter; he's a good reporter, but I think for us to be more fully understanding of what's happening around us is very important. And I think we can do that with a minimum of money.
Okay, I don't disagree there's a need for that. Here is my concern, and just what, in the short time I've been here, we've done an update on comprehensive plan. We've done.
How are you? Okay.
Here, we've
I
done
understand.
an update on comp plan. We were required to do 2 concept plans, and now somebody's come up with that. We got another initiative. Why can't we get together? What is it we're going to do so we don't do it the way we're doing it? Because we just keep
okay.
going back over the same issues.
We're not going anywhere with that. I don't see that going anywhere. I mean, yes, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But we're not going anywhere with that. And so, therefore,
Which
we are
not
going.
with.
We're going broke.
we're not going anywhere with pulling out of Metro processes.
I'm not talking about pulling out Metro.
Well, no,
I'm
you're
talking
saying-
about reason to get to whatever process is going to be, so we don't have this one and now we come up with a new one next year, and then 2 years from now we come up with another, because we are going broke is where we're going.
No, I understand that, but that's not very relevant to
But
what
we're not
we need
getting
to do.
through to Metro. You have an organization that's
Okay,
based around
just a
planning,
minute.
so
Okay,
they
you-
have
no,
to
no.
continue to come up with
No,
an
I know.
initiative.
You're being very argumentative. So what I would like to hear is, how do you propose that we do our local aspirations? What's your plan? You don't like mine.
If you want me to how it is, but no one's going to like that.
I want you to tell us how
I gave mine
do.
unpopular ideas.
Yeah.
Now you give yours.
He's used to it.
Well, I think you have it. Now, again, in mine is
Who
much
has it?
different. Well, I think it's there. I think you have a plan right now for how cities grow. What you need is a
No,
plan
for Oregon City.
I think, again, you go back to the comp plan and you start at that process. If we want to go through periodic review and change that, or we want to update the comp plan and do it different, that's what you do. I mean, that's the guiding document that we just did. That's supposed to be a 20-year document. Now we're going to ask the question. I thought we asked those type of questions when we did the comp plan.
Well, that's what we've said, is that that's all Dan can do, is to report the comp plan. And if that's our community aspirations, what? And Dan did that. So
The-
I think the question that we're wrestling with is do we just say, okay, that's enough, and we go on about the column 1 and 2?
I mean, one of the reasons that we devoted, frankly, so much time and money to that comp plan is we didn't do anything for 25 years.
Yeah. 2.5-year process.
And you say it's 20 years, that's fine, but it is one of these things that I still think we're supposed to review every 5 years
Yeah,
or so.
sure, I agree. That's how I see it.
And the
It's a
point
living
is,
document.
we're close to it, right? We're close to that 5 years.
We're getting there.
Actually, we're at 5 years.
It seems to me this
We're at
is,
5 years. This is the 5 years.
it seems to me this would fit very well into our review in terms of how Oregon City should grow and where it should be. The fact is that West Lynn and Lake Oswego have already put in their aspiration statements in terms, before us in terms of the urban renewal, but basically they don't want to grow. But that's, yeah, but the point is,
Yeah.
they're making a statement. There's
Those
really
growth-
nothing
city
wrong with
growth
that
too.
statement. They might, Lake Oswego might be in a better financial position to make statements like that. But it does seem to me that there are certain things that were being put before us, actually, the last round of urban growth expansion, and we're pulling the growth development away from any kind of notion of a sense of place of Oregon City. I don't think it has to happen. I think we still have growth opportunities. But I'm going to tell you, Beaver Creek has they've got their own sense of place, and it isn't ours. And fortunately, at this time of the game, at least in terms of what's coming out in the proposals from the PAC for Clackamas County, Beaver Creek isn't there. There is some things that are there, some things that, in fact, we've asked for in terms of that south end Central Point area, that there is some fringe we can move into. But community. When you talk about growth, you also have to talk about a sense of place. I mean, the reason I've been basically supportive of much of the coal project it is in the sense of place area, what our historical place has been, and the kinds of developments that were there before. But and I've mentioned this before, when we've had some of those, like the library levy failing and so forth, you could look, there were precincts that passed it, and there were precincts that voted against it. And those precincts that voted against it are the new growth areas. And I think we've got to look at that.
But I understand that, but I've been with 5 cities. 4 of them, the last 4, we did comprehensive plan updates. If you read the verbiage and all the stuff we go through in most of those planning efforts, I can close my eyes and read those, and I can't tell you which city I'm in because they all say the same thing. The elements that work in there are the master plan around your utility structures, your TSP. Those are the elements that really make. And those cities that chose, we're going to set these hard and fast boundaries, Bend was one of them, is it grew anyhow. And it grew in a different way, one that was uncontrolled, and they had to then struggle to figure out how to fix all that stuff. And that sense of place was lost because they didn't control that destiny.
But it's one of the positive things about having a regional government here. I think. I think the pressures on Oregon City in terms of growth would have been far, far greater without Metro. Because we had the fringe city, we were the area that could grow and so forth. In my opinion, Metro actually put...
I don't think it stops it. I think the thing that creates that problem is the limits we put on cities in regards to how to expand those boundaries when those needs are there, and to do it in a comprehensive fashion. And I'm not one that advocates you just move the boundaries because you need to, because I think you can force things. But look at Clackamas County. Look at the rural areas. They've grown anyhow. Who controlled that? And again, if cities aren't addressing that, that pressure will go to the county, and given who their constituency is, it will happen.
Well, see,
and it
that's
will
what I
happen
think.
in a way that is not consistent with the standards that need to be to address another 1 million people moving in here.
I still think we need to talk about it.
I do
We have
too.
a whole new group of people
Good, I'll drop it
that
then.
didn't talk about it 4 years ago,
Okay,
5 years ago.
Again,
That's right.
Well, that's true, because it does keep changing.
Well,
I'll
We've
drop
done-
it.
well,
You guys can go down that road. I'm
We've-
just telling you.
Okay,
we
we've
got-
done exactly what you said. Dan has put forward the comp plan stuff, and if we want to stop there, we can. We've done it, your way. So
Well,
if we don't want to go any
But-
further with that, but see, in
but
my
the-
mind, I don't think we've talked to the community about how we should grow. And,
Okay.
and I think the annexations kind of show that. And so in my mind, we kind of need to talk about what the comp plan says. I mean, the comp plan is actually a very green document.
but
And
a
and it's-
comprehensive discussion with the community is you're going to spend a minimum of $100,000, if not $500,000.
Okay,
Well, that's not what I'm proposing.
But that's what you're going to get into.
Well, not necessarily. There are
If
ways
you
to
go,
do
if you're
that.
truly going to have a comprehensive discussion with the community, you're going to have to do that. Because it's meetings, it's notice, it's materials, it's time.
I understand some, I mean, there's, yeah, I think there's ways to do it that are both minimum and maximum expense.
Okay.
So, as now, we're sticking with the comp plan, but I think that there's really, I mean, where's the guidance that Doug and I have for the meetings that we go to? I mean, there are very specific things that aren't necessarily asked in our comp. I mean, can you, if we're looking at a property like he mentioned up on the north by the Clackamas River, on the Holcomb, or beyond Holcomb
They
Road.
call them,
What's it called? Anyway, Holcomb Road.
I think they call them Clackamas Heights.
Clackamas
Right.
Heights. Okay. How does he know how to vote on that? That's my question. Is that in the comp plan? Can the comp plan guide him on that? Yeah, see? Those are, I don't know how to vote when I have to vote on whether a particular piece of property should be in or outside of our city boundary. Because I think that we haven't really had that discussion about the fuzzy areas.
Okay.
So,
You guys call the shots. If there's confusion, though, we need to do it before we get that. Just send me, I'll vote.
That we won't do.
I think you would cast your vote.
I'll make a call.
Okay.
You know, you were talking about ad hoc task force.
Possibility.
Mhm.
Yeah, because, again, to not engage the community, and I think there's so many ways now with technology to engage
I want
communities.
to give another example, too. You look at the composition of the city commission.
Capitulate.
No, you look at the composition of the city commission, with few exceptions. They've been from the old neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this case, all five.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's talk about expanding the role of the CIC liaison to coordinating committees. Not sure I'm interested
I
in
think
that.
we need to walk before we run on this one. Let's
Is this the
do what
ombudsman?
we're doing and
But,
give it
yeah.
a chance to work.
The number 14.
I'm-
The,
I hate to say this, but what column is 13?
It's in one.
it's still there.
Bring that up
It,
again.
it's in one.
It's still there.
I thought
It's
you
still,
moved it
it's still in Comp 3.
I thought you moved it over to one.
My city manager said no.
Oh,
My city manager slapped my hand. When I rewrite the goals, you'll see where it'll be.
I'm going to come to 14. I don't have a problem at this point because of the budget process, not in this current year cycle, developing a full-time, I'll call it a full-time CIC position. But I do want a full-time CIC position. I do not believe the assignment of a part-time person from the police department meets the basic aspirations that I expect this to have. And so in the budget process, I want to see, and I don't think we can do it this year, but I want to see us to go a direction in which we look for a full-time individual, and that individual would in fact include the kind of ombudsman position that I think we need. And this is not a criticism of you, Larry, but the point is that when you go to some of those neighborhood association meetings and things are being brought up, you seem to jump right in as a city manager, talk about, well, as you're doing here, and that's fine. But the
job.
point, I know that's your job, but we've got to have another person, frankly, that in fact is able to, in a dispassionate way, bring forward concerns of the citizen that are sort of independent of all the budget consideration things that you have and everything else that you have. You may end up trumping it just because of budget restrictions, but I really feel really strongly about this. I don't think this is a thing that I want to throw up on this particular year in this particular budget process, but a full-time position is what I will be looking for. We all have our interest of things that we want to fund, police, library director, and so forth, and I realize those are real budget items, but I think it's important that we have that kind of a feed-in.
Now, you want this position in this budget?
No, 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 no,
Nope.
he said next
No.
week. So I'm putting that in the parking lot. I've got a parking lot here of some things that go into
I'm talking about
next
the
year's.
next budget cycle. I mean, I'm talking of our next budget meetings, not this year,
Not
but
this
next
year,
year's.
Yeah. So that will be next January when we have our goal setting. Okay, and then moving on to encourage volunteerism.
I think we do that. I don't know that that needs to be a goal.
I think where we might be missing some things, though, is, and it might be the kind of school connection that you're talking
Yeah,
about,
sure.
Rocky, that I think there are groups of people that want to get involved in projects and don't know how to do it.
Well, okay. Support National Heritage Area Program. That's going to be. That's going to be a little bit of funding. So I don't know what you want to do with that. That's waterfront stuff. It's multi-jurisdictional. You leave it there. I think this is good enough to kind of go back and redo the others, and we spent plenty of time on it tonight. So,
Okay.
is that okay to have a redesign of the goal sheet using these priorities?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that we can do that.
One question. Now that we know what columns they are in, for the most part, is there any process to how they're listed in order in the columns? Because I definitely don't think they're equal, a lot of the topics. So I don't know, in the past you said that sometimes the goals aren't necessarily priority goals. But I think that with the budget situation, et cetera, that we need to come up with the priorities, and when we get to, when the money is gone, we don't get to the ones on the bottom of the list right away. So I would like to see a focus on, of the top priorities, which one are the top priorities down the list, and so on.
Well, it would.
You'll kind of see that with the budget. If we can get these to the point that we can get any of this thing integrated in this year's budget, then you can decide whether you want to add anything in there or take anything out.
Well, from the discussion, we could take a shot at
Sure.
at
You can break
redoing
order if
the
you want to.
redoing column 3 in priority level.
We probably need to clean it up first and then so you
Yeah,
can look
yeah,
at
that's
it.
what I was thinking, and maybe look at it again, and then we can do some up and down listing. But we need to move on.
Yeah, you
So,
got two big items.
yeah,
It's gonna
let's
take
get
probably
going.
an hour and a half apiece or an hour.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, you know what?
SBC's a big
May I?
one.
Okay, yeah, I need some. May I suggest that we put time limits on these? We've not done that recently, and I think that's because I had no idea that those took that long,
Well,
because I wasn't
it's going
told.
to
So,
depend on you guys. This SDC issue is big.
no, but you need to tell us how much time you expect that will take, and then I'm able to. I thought this was the big item on here, and I didn't know that those were big. So, but let's get going then. Do you need a break? Shall we go? Or need a
So
break?
are you ready for me? Are you done?
Yes, let's do SDCs.
We need to give Ernie Platt a big thank you and a round of applause for his patience sitting here.
Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't know that's what you were here for, or we would have moved you up. You need to tell us
I
that.
didn't think this
That's-
was going to take as long as it
Oh,
We thought
sorry
it was
about
going
that.
to be.
Our goals and aspirations just go like that.
See, the problem is we don't have enough time when we do the freewheeling conversation, so we should have really reorganized. I totally apologize. I didn't notice why you were here, Ernie.
So if you'd like to
apologize.
take a,
Well, he got to listen to, he got to listen to code stuff.
That's why I thought.
For him, I would think so.
I thought you were here. I thought you were here for the code. So. You need a break then? Oh, I guess a break. Oh, Jim ran out. Okay, I guess it's a break.
Let's
Yeah.
just take 5
I didn't
minutes.
see anyone nodding their heads.
we're going to be holding a public hearing at your next commission meeting, which is March 18th, on the Transportation System Development Charge Update project that we just finished. And what we'll be bringing to you is a completely new methodology for calculating our STC for transportation. And we will also be bringing to you a new evaluation of the charge itself. And so we thought this presentation will be presented at that public hearing. And so I'll kind of breeze through some of the technical stuff. But I wanted you to get a flavor for what is going to be presented at that time. And I would, again, like to welcome Ernie Platt. He's the Home Builders Association of Oregon, finance, government affairs, right? And we've been working closely with Ernie since about January to, address concerns. And so there's a law that basically directs what you can do and what you can't do with system development charges. And this is all detailed in your PowerPoint, and I don't intend to go through this in detail tonight. I already mentioned that.
Thank you.
First of all, for the new commissioners, do you know what the system development charges are? I'd like to just find out how much definition you need.
I think I understand it pretty well.
Okay. Okay, great. So we are experienced system development charge people. Our old one was adopted in 1997, so it's been a long time. It was adjusted for inflation since its adoption, which is a really good idea. So we did have a 30% increase. And currently we have a charge of $1,885 per resident. Should I just go 2 slides? Yeah. So what we have is there are 2 components with system development charges. One is the reimbursement fee, and what we assume there is a certain amount of infrastructure that was constructed, had unused capacity when it was built, and we can charge back for that. And then there's the improvement fee, and that is for capacity that we need in the future, and we charge for that. And the 2 of those together give us our SDC. We convened the Transportation Advisory Committee as our citizens committee on this project, and we went through a number of issues. We also engaged Metro in our process because they have recently, in the last year and a half, done a pretty extensive paper on system development charges, and we were interested in looking at some of the things they were recommending for kind of alternative system development charges, creativity in system development charging. So we went through 8 issues, and you have a handout that summarizes very succinctly. Let's see, this one here, you need your 1.5s or 2.0s to read this, but it summarizes the recommendations for each one of the issues that we looked at. Then we did the calculation, and we calculated both the reimbursement fee and the improvement fee using the cost of the roadway improvements that had extra capacity for the reimbursement, and determined how much growth there had been since we had adopted the old SDC. And it's really the growth in trips in the next 20 years. And we also did that for the improvement fee. So what you see there is some very big numbers, and let's just take under the improvement fee, which is the middle row. What we determined was through adding up the costs of our capital improvement program for transportation for the next 20 years, it's got a $168 million price tag on it. And then we established the number of peak hour trips we expect to grow in the next 20 years. And that's based on some of the figures with Metro. Where did Dan go? We anticipate a certain amount of growth, and we use peak hour trips because that's what we design our system for. And the other interesting thing you're going to see in our SDC is something that's probably fairly unique to the region. We're probably one of the first, and that is we have a separate component for bike ped improvements. And we felt this was important because we want to really grow our bicycle and pedestrian system, so hopefully we can help take cars off the road. So we add them up together, and they're both very different methodologies, and we'll essentially what we determined, though, was based on the cost of the capacity in the existing system that was constructed before, that's going to be used by growth. We still have some capacity left, plus the cost per peak hour trip of the new system that we're going to be needing for growth. You take the sum of the cost of the improvements, divide by the trips, and you get a cost per trip. And we determined that to be about $9,000 per peak hour trip, which is not insignificant. But I think we all know, including our developers, they know how expensive it is to build roads. And
$9,000 for peak hour trip.
Yes.
Means exactly what? One trip doesn't cost $9,000.
That's when you add it all up, when you add all the improvements we need to accommodate our 20-year growth, it is indeed per peak hour trip $9,000.
Well, what I meant is that per day, per what?
That's over the next 20 years. Right. We anticipate about 8,600,000 peak hour trips.
In other words,
growth.
it's a trip per day you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't understand your question. And then the bike ped component is about $200 per bike ped trip, and that's also daily. So what then this gives you a little more detail on how we did the trip growth projections, and that we'll go into more detail on that when we have our formal hearing. And this goes into a little more detailed documentation on the reimbursement fee, cost basis, and then this goes into a lot of detail about the improvement fee cost basis. And I might add, going back to this, in order to determine the historical transportation system development charge expenditures, our consultant worked with David Wimmer to determine what we had spent on transportation projects using SDCs in the past that would still serve growth to come. And what this doesn't include is some of the numbers, some of the improvements that were made with urban renewal funds, which, for example, the Beaver Creek Road project. So that is something that doesn't get included because we didn't spend system development charges on it. And then you have the improvement fee cost basis, and this is where we have our list of projects. You may recall that we updated the transportation capital improvement program after we adopted the Beaver Creek concept plan and the Park Place concept plan, and this includes all of the projects from those. So you can see this 20-year growth in Oregon City, and these are the transportation projects that we will be charging for. The one that I will be asking you to eliminate from this list is on the next page, and I know this is difficult to read. Maybe
Do you have any bigger versions?
Oh, wait a minute.
You got your magnifying glass?
I got
You can kind of read that. Is there a pointer on this?
We need to get a photo of this.
pass it.
Oh, here we go. Here's the pointer. It is Swan Avenue extension from Livesey Canyon to Redland Road. That's a $9.3 million project. It's in the Park Place concept plan, and I don't think that's going to be built in the next 20 years. It's connecting the existing Swan Avenue to Redland Road. So I'll hedge my bets on that. So I will be recommending that we not include that in our 20-year capital improvement program for this purpose.
Okay.
So blah blah. You know, we've got a lot of projects.
After that long discussion and the comprehensive plan for Park Place and that Swan Island,
A lot of
we're going to
transportation.
rip it right off of the 20-year.
You'll notice I don't take any of the other projects off, but that's going to be a tough one to
Yeah.
build. And here's the bike ped improvement list that we use to calculate the SDC fee. The total.
That's a
This
nice
is all
long list.
documentation for you about. The other thing that's interesting about this is you cannot charge for the entire project. You can only charge for the SDC eligibility of the project. So that portion of a project that is specifically going to serve growth is what we can bill to the SDC. And that's in the statute.
Nancy, it digresses slightly, but the point is you're talking about not knocking the one thing off. If we're looking for connectivity between the Park Place area and the Hilltop area, how are we going to talk about it? I mean, from the Park Place area up, I mean, the whole...
We'll still have the Holcomb the connection between Holcomb and Redland. But this is the one between Swan and Redland. It's redundant. It's great, but it goes through that massive canyon.
Yeah, but we're talking about
That
extending
mansion.
Swan right up across and up the canyon and to connect ultimately to
Redlands.
Holly Lane.
That one we left in. The one we kept in there, that's a
Okay.
good point to make. There's two
Okay.
Swan Avenue extensions.
Okay.
There's actually 3 Swan Avenue projects
right.
on here. And we are asking you to eliminate the one that goes across the Livesey Canyon.
Okay.
The one between Redland and Holly
Is
remains.
still in there.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that is an
Okay.
important, that's practically the spine of that Park Place plan.
Mhm.
Right, yeah. No, I wouldn't ask you to take that one off. And the other thing that everybody always asks is where do we lie? How do we compare to others? And what I've done is I've provided an attachment for you that comes off the Home Builders website, and it is in your pile, and you'll see this again in your packet. But this gives you the list up on the board. Just compares the costs of transportation system development charges for certain different types of land uses and what you would pay in different communities. Whereas this summarizes all 4 or 5 of the SDCs throughout the region and, throughout the Tri-County region. So they're different. This one you can see what you'd pay for a shopping center or a single-family resident. Well, that's too easy. Fast food with drive-through. Oregon City would be about $82,000. Westland would be about $13,000. The other thing I want to note is some of these other cities are in the process of updating their SDCs, so these numbers are always
changing.
fluid.
So why don't some of the small cities here charge stormwater SDCs? You see Sandy, Gladstone, and Malala. They just don't. Oh. Okay.
It could be that they don't have a stormwater utility. I don't know about that. I would think Sandy would. Yeah,
Oh.
right.
Guys, thank you.
And then we held on February 23rd a meeting with developers. We sent
I'm
out.
I would like to go back there.
Okay. Which one are you looking at?
I mean,
Which one?
well, the page where we're having the comparative.
You have
Okay.
a bigger sheet.
Hmm?
You realize you have a bigger sheet.
Oh,
No, they're different lists.
Right there.
Okay. Well, maybe that'll answer
They're
my
different
question.
lists.
Excuse me.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are different lists, right?
What's your question,
Well,
Commissioner?
it may not be one. this is the overall.
Total, yeah,
This is the
those are
overall
specific.
total. Well, but it was a specific one that I'm having to use this magnifying glass on.
I was saving paper.
Well, that's fine. I guess that's what I have the magnifying glass for, but I lost it. But it doesn't make much difference.
Sorry, I can't see it, it's too small.
That's a pen. Yeah, that's
let
my
it burn a hole
pen.
in the
But that's okay. Some of these, Oregon City, in fact, has the highest rating, I think, on some of those breakouts, if I'm not misreading
On
it.
the,
Comparative, the individual
Property.
categories. And
yes.
would you, I mean, why is that?
Well, I would say that being a fringe city and having recently adopted 2 concept plans for areas that are not developed at all is one of the reasons, because we have a very long list of projects. Whereas in Washington County, their SDC is, they have a countywide system development charge, so you notice that all the cities in Washington County have the same charge. I'm not sure, that's a just different way of doing it.
Well, I guess if you give me an example, we have the one that struck me was specialty retail, and that seems to be one that we rank very high on. Is there a reason for that?
The reason for it is because of our charge per trip is higher than others in the region. And I think that, like I was saying, we have a very, very expensive list of capital improvement
I
projects.
understand that.
And we'll get to some of the issues shortly. The I also mentioned that there are several cities in the process of updating their system development charges for transportation. And the other thing that is of note is that in our methodology, we are including some of the state highway projects. What we're learning is that if you're going to compete for funding through the state programs or through metro programs, you need to have a significant match. And what we're assuming here is on the state highway program, state highway projects, the city provides a 30% local match. And that's something that can be discussed.
I guess the reason I'm asking the question is I see, and it might be ignorance on what these things are, but especially retail, it seems like those are the things that might happen in our mixed-use areas and so forth. Could the SDC charge that we're giving them actually cause them to make a decision of whether businesses that I'd like to see coming to Oregon City would choose to go someplace else simply because they such have an higher SDC rate, whereas the shopping center seems to be more comparable, but on the other hand, other cities, but I don't know if that's the kind of things we'd want to see in our mixed use.
What I'd like to do is go back and look at the definition of specialty realty in the trip generation manual
Okay.
and provide an answer for you.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Yeah, because I
That'd be
need to
fine.
do a little research on that.
Okay.
Be interesting to know.
Right. And the other thing is that's the reason why we provided this list is
Yeah,
because
overall
it shows you the
comparison.
It's an
total
overall comparison,
SDCs.
right.
Right. So as a result of our developer meeting we had in February, I also provided you a summary of the comments from that, and that's this memo here. So you can see that we had a good attendance. There was, let's see, well, a whole page of signatures. And this memo summarizes the issues that were brought up. Some examples that struck me were, the questions were, will this growth really occur in 20 years? Will the projects really get constructed? And the thing that you need to be a little careful about is, you remember that this methodology is based on a dividing cost by number of trips. So if we say, will growth really occur in 20 years, well, maybe we won't have the trips. Well, then we would take those projects out, the cost of the projects as well, if we were redoing the methodology. Like, say, if we thought, well, Beaver Creek concept plan isn't going to come, it won't even start for 30 years. We would take out the cost of the improvements, and we'd also take out all the trips. So likely, the end is going to be a similar number, is what I'm trying to say. It's proportional. And that was the other question, was are you really going to have those kind of trips matched up with growth? Well, we used the Metro model for transportation system, and we also used their growth model. So again, the concept plans were very well thought through, and so I have a lot of confidence in the transportation improvements that were listed for those. Another question is, why do 20-year instead of 5 or 10? It doesn't really matter. It's spreading things out over 5 years, it's going to still be cost per trip, and the costs are going to be less for 5 years, the trips are going to be less for 5 years. So we use a 20-year number because it's a good average.
I'm going to ask another question related to when we saw these concept plans going forward. I remembered a very detailed listing that you provide us for the Beaver Creek concept plan. Did we receive such a listing for Park Place? I don't recall one.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
And it's
That's
in
fine.
your, it's in this. And then, one of the concerns of the contractors is that the value of real estate is higher in other communities. So the proportion of the SDC is less, so they can, it affects their front-end expenses and ultimately their profits. And that we're sensitive to that. And then we started talking about, well, how can we lower this thing? One of the things that would be something to talk about is if we reduce our level of service and have a little more congestion. You don't have to build as many projects. You don't need as many lanes, and you'll reduce your costs. You still, with assuming the same amount of growth, you'd still have the same trips. So you would reduce your ultimate charge.
What level of service are you aiming at?
Right now, we have the level of service of D, except in the regional center, we have a lower level of service. I think it's E and F for certain 45 minutes in the PM peak, or it's a kind of a complicated little level of service. But in the regional center, it's a lower level of service. So the first thing that we were asked to do is maybe we could ramp this up, because this is something that when you're doing financial plans, real estate plans, it's nice to know these things. You can sort of plan ahead. And we recognize the magnitude of the new SDC. We also talked a lot about the economic climate. We recognize this economic climate. We've talked about that a lot at this commission, how it's a lousy time for a lot of people and businesses. Another question came up was, well, I've already got an approved subdivision. I've already got my financial plan. What are you going to do to me? I wasn't planning on a threefold increase in my transportation SDC. And then the other thing we talked about and we understand is you do want to compare Portland area transportation system development charges and the total SDC charge, because the total SDC is relevant. And that's why we provided you that table. Do you want to price yourself out of the market? Do you want to change your methodology so certain land uses are treated better? We did have a reduction in this for along Molalla Avenue, along 7th Street, and in the regional center. We reduced it by 10%, assuming that trips to those sites would be reduced by 10%. Based on riding the bus. These are transit corridors. And the regional center, we're hoping to have a reduced automobile rate. So the things that we were considering for ramping up was, we can't lose sight of the fact that our old STC has been artificially low for many years now. It was adopted in 1997, for goodness sakes. And we know the cost of construction and how it's gone up. So we have to keep that in mind.
That's been the case with a couple of our fees lately.
Parks
Wow.
isn't that old.
So then we also have to remember that if we ramp it up too slowly, we're not going to have the money to do improvements that may be needed for that to accommodate new growth. And so we have to keep in mind the ability to have a certain amount of funds accrued to keep kind of stay on top of that. And of course, it's not going to be perfect, but that's the idea, is you want to not have things go to a shambles so that everybody is saying, how did the city let that happen? So, and then, of course, if there's actually safety improvements, those we need to take a priority, and we need to make sure we're collecting funds for those. So I will be providing some recommendations to the commission. The commission has a lot of discretion in deciding what they want to do with an SDC. Larry will have some input on this as well in terms of policy and considerations on policy. So what my initial recommendation will be, and part of this has been, in fact, I would say a lot of this has been tailored based on our meetings with the developers. It doesn't fix the fact that the $9,000 number that we should be getting to eventually is very high, but at least it gives us a start. And we have to acknowledge that we are behind on charging for right now. You'll see when we adopt the budget that our transportation SDC account is right down there at zero, and that's not a good thing. But what I'm going to be recommending is for approved land use applications, and there are actually about 600 or 700 lots that have already been approved in Oregon City through subdivision process, that we increase that, give it a 15% increase, acknowledging that there is an increase here,
Coming.
but being very sensitive to the fact that they have planned for a certain SDC. And I don't want to have that go on ad infinitum, though. At some point, we need to start collecting like everybody else. So we're proposing that be a 15% increase be allowed until January 2011, and that's
It's per structure, not per lot.
it's per lot, or per. There aren't any commercial developments that are approved right now.
Well, yeah.
So, like these cottage housing units we were talking about earlier tonight, each one of these little cottages would be tapped out of the SDC as opposed to the lot.
And then the other thing that was a concern would be how do we ramp it up? And so for future building permits, we would recommend that a new charge be phased in equal increments over 3 years, effective May 1st, 2009. There was some discussion about having it become effective next fall or when the economy gets better. And this is my recommendation to you. The commission has the final decision in this. And then for lots of record, which are kind of an odd little docket, we have a number of those that don't go through a subdivision process. We feel like those people should at least be alerted that, oh gosh, if you did happen to want to develop your lot or do something on it, you would not be having an increase in STC for a 60-day grace period.
That overall summary that you gave us, for example, I assume that those specific categories where you got 4 or 5 of them listed there, those are weighted in a certain fashion based upon how many of those units may come on board, I presume. I mean,
Could you start all over with the question?
you had the one table here that I was looking at where I picked up the specialty retail, which had a higher rate when you show
Right.
the.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So you got what you said, five categories?
Mm-hmm. 5 categories: single
Yeah,
family,
efficiency,
general
stormwater.
office, special.
No. I don't think that's what I was talking about. I was talking about the slide.
Let's talk about this one.
Oh, sorry.
So you've got single family, general office
Right.
buildings, specialty retail, shopping center, and fast food.
And you come up with a total across those things in terms of transportation SDCs, right?
Yes. Well, what this says is for a 2,000 square foot specialty retail, their transportation SDC as proposed, ultimately at the $9,000 per trip, would be $48,000. If it was a shopping center, a 100,000 square foot shopping center, it would be $1.3 million. And those are all based on trip generation. You remember trip generation.
Oh, I know, I remember that. I remember
Right.
that.
That
Well-
per 1,000 square foot, different land uses
No.
have different trip
No,
generations.
but you gave us on this sheet here, you gave us transportation SDCs.
Oh,
am I
back
right?
to that one, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, my question
Sorry.
is,
The five
you've got
categories.
these categories across here, right? Mm-hmm. In order to come up with that total, there must have been some kind of weighting as to how much of those developments would come on. I mean, I don't see how you could not do it that way. How do you know what the total is if you don't know?
These are for individual, like, let's start at City of West Lynn on the top. When this table was made, their transportation SDC, this is for single-family residential, was
Okay, I
Yeah.
misunderstood. Okay, I
so
misunderstood.
this is how you can compare
Okay.
their
So-
entire SDC for a
So
residence.
this is just single, okay.
Yeah. So you can see where, on this chart, in Clackamas County, West Lynn was the highest.
Okay, I understand.
And Oregon City used to be
I understand.
kind of in the
I
middle.
thought that was some kind of average over all the
No.
things. Okay, that's fine. That answers my question.
When we see this again, if you know of cities that are updating, and could you fill that in too? We'll obviously have the
Yeah.
highest
Right.
in the
We
region.
won't know what their new one is yet, though, but we can.
Oh, because obviously, okay.
Yeah, right.
And the definition is what's in those categories too. You said you were going to check on into that with the specialty retail.
Yeah,
The
I'll
rating.
make sure that I give you an idea if we would expect that in our mixed-use corridors or not.
Yeah. Right. I'm just thinking of the things we wanted to encourage here in Oregon City.
And that was something that is something that is looked at. It gets a little discretionary, and you have to be pretty careful because it has to be a methodology that is defensible in terms of what the trip generation.
You just told us a minute ago we had discretion. Now you got.
Well, you have different types of discretion, and I think we'll save that.
Yeah.
Perhaps save that conversation for
You-
Mr.
but
Patterson
you get,
to have
I
with
mean,
you.
you know where I'm going with it. You know that I think maybe some of these things we'd be really interested in tracking, and a concern
Mm-hmm.
that if in fact those, if any competition comes from other communities simply because they have lower SDCs, then we ought to look at that question.
I know we talked at one time about targeting STCs for the areas in which we wanted to attract certain development, like in our historic downtown or something. The areas where they were underdeveloped that we did did you look at something like that? I think Wilsonville.
We
had that.
did. This is one of the issue papers. When you read the issue,
Oh, it's
which
there.
will get you the whole thing before the public hearing. And by the way, the draft report is on our website too. If you wanted to start reading early.
Okay.
There were a couple of things we looked at. One was the transit corridors, where we could really relate the number of trips generated would defensively be reduced to the point where you could say, yes, we're going to get a 10% reduction for the downtown, for the mixed use, the transit corridors. There's also an idea of charging less for the closer in where you want higher densities
Right.
and more for outlying suburbs or for your subdivisions on the edge. And that was considered, the Transportation Advisory Committee did not like that. They felt like the fee would be far too high for people wanting to live in a subdivision out on the fringe of the city. They didn't think that would be particularly palatable, that would drive up the cost out there, and then would not be palatable to our community. And the other thing that's looked at is what's so funny?
Well, I just making this comment that our city commissioner, people made from the old neighborhoods. I think maybe your traffic advisory committee is comprised of people from the new neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's right.
Some of them are.
So, let's see, what was so then the other thing that was looked at is how far are you driving? And that's what our old methodology is kind of based on. And we didn't think that was something that we wanted to do either. And we can give you more detail on that, those particular considerations.
You know, things that help redevelopment. Actually, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't know what to the extent we have the discretion. You're talking about the 10% in the
Yeah.
corridors. And there are certain
That's good.
residential, older residential areas too, in which we would want to encourage redevelopment. And, you know, whether that can be built into it in any fashion.
Well, redevelopment, you've got to remember you get SDC credits also. If you redevelop on a site that already had a house on it, you're not
That's
going to
right.
pay again.
That's right.
So redevelopment already has
That's
an
true, but
SDC
if
credit
you're
built
gonna-
into it.
You've got large lots, you're going to subdivide them, you're going to build a couple of additional houses.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the areas that were being described earlier by Christine today, that
Mm-hmm. Right, and as your city engineer, they're going to be taking more and more traffic down the road and congesting that intersection where you might end up needing a traffic signal or something. You know, that's
right, I understand
the
that, but
thing you have
relative
to.
cost of that versus
cost of.
Antrix spanning streets further out and all that kind of stuff. And of course, that would be taken care of by the development and our half street improvements.
Right, yeah.
But that's going to impact on the overall purpose. Now, just
Yeah, since it's a complicated topic,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we've tried to bring all these issues together, which we'll get you the draft report as soon as we can, so
Okay.
you have time to look
So this is
at
a
it.
public hearing on the 18th,
Yes.
and adoption the next meeting? Are you looking at?
It'll be up
It's
to
up to
you.
you. Okay.
Right, we'll
There's
have a
no
public
time.
hearing, and
Not-
we
this
have
needs to
tried
be
to.
before May 1st.
We've tried to engage the home builders so that there are no surprises for anybody, and
I'll be
Sure,
very
please come up to the microphone,
couple of comments.
and then introduce yourself as well, Ernie, again.
Thank you very much. Ernie Clapp, Director of Local Government Affairs for Humboldt Association of Metro Portland. Let me just touch on a couple of the points I heard mentioned around the room here, and I hope to add some clarity to it. First, though, let me compliment the staff for having been right up front from this whole process from the very, very beginning. They brought us into the loop. The consultant you're using is a very respected firm and individual. He knows exactly what he's doing. I'm not taking issue with the methodology that's presented at all. They are damn big numbers. And Commissioner Neely, you hit upon a point that I would hope is of concern. If they're pushed to a high enough limit, do they become a disincentive to see an economic development continue? And it's somewhat in that vein of thought that I got into this discussion about phasing it in, and compliments for Nancy for working through this and quite frankly coming up with a very reasonable set of proposals. Let me back up to some explanation. We're talking $9,000, $9,100. That's per single family house. But all of these numbers are based on the number of trips that particular land use generates based on the ITE manual, and there's 500 different uses listed in that manual. So you're trying to compare a mixed-use development to something else and whatnot. It gets very, very confusing, but you have to go to that manual, you have to define the uses that are involved, and you have to parse it out based on what those uses are. So you may or may not get that number that's in that table for comparison, but it's a place to start. A single-family house is based on 1.01 peak hour trips. So that's kind of a threshold. This 1.01 treated as 1. Okay. A school was not on that comparison list. A new elementary school, if it were to be 500 students, is $2,500 per student. That's $1.2 million the school district would have to pay the city to build an elementary school. I don't think the school district has gotten engaged in this discussion yet.
But they've got a lot of empty school buildings they've moved out of.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just saying,
Not
it's
following this
another
year.
land use to contemplate what
That's
they would
correct.
have
Yeah.
to pay.
I mean, that was one major concern. It was coming out of Beaver Creek area, no school out there, no elementary
Right.
schools out there.
And then I would say, and as you compare what your SDC for transportation, or the whole package of all 5 of them, is with another community, I guess it's relevant in the sense of the competition between any 2 communities for any given land use, assuming you operate in about the same market area. But every city or every county's system development charge is based on that city's master plan, on that city's capital improvement plan, and on that city's potential for growth over the next 20 years. Everybody uses 20 years, by the way. So they may or may not have been driven by the same sorts of numbers. They're all based, for transportation, they're all based on that ITE manual. There's no discretion allowed anybody to say, well, my uses doesn't generate that many trips. It's in the book. That's what it says it is. That's what you will pay times that factor. That's the way it works. One more thing. To try to give, you're proposing a small amount of consideration to 2 areas within the city that in all likelihood will not generate trips to the full bore that manual would suggest. You're saying the redevelopment area and the Malala corridor are roughly going to produce trips at 90% of the rate that ITE manual says. Well, that's twisting the rules by a little bit. I would say if you go much farther than that, you're making special considerations for special interests, and it just don't go there.
Okay.
A trip is a trip is a trip. A vehicle on the road is a vehicle on the road is a vehicle on the road, no matter where it came from. And the need to build that facility to support that vehicle being there is still there. If you give somebody, I would like all housing to have a 20% break, please. Tongue in cheek, I say that. Because it would only lead to a 20% shortfall in the funds at the end of the day, and the vehicles are still on the road.
Yeah.
So be careful about the special consideration thing.
Thank you.
I think you've gone about as far as you should go with that 10% for those areas. Anyway, if there's any brief questions, I think this whole package of incentives makes a great deal of sense. Protect the people that have made the investment now and are sitting there with the improved lots, but for the economic times, they probably would have already built something on those lots. So keep them in a status quo for a little while longer.
Right.
And then ramp up from 1,900 to 9,100 over a 3-year period.
Okay, Jim?
I got a question. Is it possible even or permissible to calculate an SDC such as we're considering not solely on per unit basis but on a per square footage basis?
Well, we
Commercial
do
already
consider
are.
square footage.
In commercial, but I'm talking about residential.
No.
Is it not legal to, or is it just
Multifamily is a little bit less, the average daily trips for
because
multifamily is less than
getting into
single
like
family.
equity and affordable housing issues? Getting back to these cottages
let me-
that are going to be 800,000 square feet, to tack on an SDC of exactly the same amount that a 3,000 square foot, 3,500 square mansion's going to have be tacked on.
But it is a question
It
of,
seems-
do they generate that many different
Same
trips?
trips.
Let me add to, could I answer that, Jim?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
I think
Go
I
ahead.
have your answer.
Okay.
The resolution that you'll see before you has a provision in it that allows you to bring alternative data to the city engineer for my consideration. And we look at those very carefully. I mean, if it's really shown that you are not going to have as many trips as a single-family residence, or whatever the case might be, we look at it, we expect the developer to provide that information. We look at it, and if it's legitimate and defensible, we will make adjustments in the SDC.
That's good, because I think in most cases, actually, a small cottage would generate less trips, especially if a large, 3,000 square foot house is a family with, 2 teenage kids and 3 or 4 cars sitting out there, where a little, 800 square foot cottage might have someone who's riding a bus and not even owning a car. So
Yeah.
that is an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We have
then-
appeal issues, I think.
Yeah, and there's also
Processes.
appeal, you can appeal to the city commission. And then just to kind of finalize this, these were the numbers we came up with for the February 23rd meeting. And now we're going back and, really scrutinizing everything before we take it
So
as
you'll
a final.
may be different.
We're scrutinizing the numbers, we are taking off that one project, And then there's a few other areas where we're thinking about the half-street improvement that the developer might build, and just making sure that these are very good numbers to use for this, so that we could defend it if there was an appeal of the methodology as well.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Thank you again for
Thank
sitting
you
till
very
this late hour. Let's move on to the COPS grant.
Yes, we want the money.
Yes.
Well, actually, last evening I spent a lot of time talking to you about bad economic, the budget, and tonight I'm going to give you kind of the good news of that. However, I need to recalculate after tonight's goal session.
Hey, we saved you a ton of money. Did you want those ones we crossed off? I'm going to
I just
calculate.
remember everything moving into column 1.
I'm going to calculate the savings for you. Send that to
Hey,
you.
most of this
memo.
other went into column 1 was because of your staff, or
Yeah.
not because
Not
of us.
us.
Anyhow, this is important because I think we have spent a lot of time talking about the issue of police staffing. And I think we've done a pretty good job of documenting that there's an issue. We've looked at it through call volume. We've looked at it through hours. You've seen the 911 statistics before, and that fluctuates up and down perhaps on a given year, but there is a need for staffing there. I would encourage the commission, though, to look broadly, because it's not the only area we have staffing shortages in this city. And so what I want to do tonight
We already
is...
gave you an economic development staff.
Can I list my priorities or what?
You already did.
If I could just hire somebody to make copies would be a time saver right now. But since this is a goal that you've been talking about, I want to spend some time and talk with you about a way that I think is a mechanism by which you can increase police staffing and stay within the context of the fire annexation plan, and perhaps provide a fix to another staffing issue that you have. It will require some other adjustments that you're going to have to make, and I think when you look at the budget, you're going to see that. So let me kind of back up, and just for a little bit of a review, what does the current plan call for? And again, I outlined this here the other day. It calls for one officer in fiscal year 08-09, which we've added. It calls for one officer in 2010 and 11. It calls for one officer in 11 and 12, and it calls for one officer in 12 and 13. Basically, it's 4 officers over 5 years, and it was trying to maintain a ratio of 1.3, 1.4 to 1,000 population. It was also based on a 2.5%, I think it was, population growth. In addition to that, though, a couple things have developed. We are going to propose in this budget that we add an officer this year. Actually, it's more of a half officer to pick up the schools portion of the schools resource officer, because I don't think they're going to be funding that half that they've been funding, and I think it's crucial that we keep that position there. We also have, or at least we're anticipating, we're going to have an officer that's going to be deployed to Iraq, and I think we'll go ahead and hire somebody in that position because I don't think that person will be back this year, and anticipate we're going to be adding a position next year. Then, we'll have that slot still available, but if they come back early, we may have a couple months overlap there before that's done. And for that, let me kind of give you a quick scenario. We always have spreadsheets, so I'll start those around.
And that would be pushing then up the 2010-11 one, right? Is that what?
You'd still have it. You'd still have it. I'll show you that here just a bit, that you'll see what comes around. And I'll give you a quick orientation of this so that you know what we're looking at. Is up at the top, you have the assessed value of the city running right underneath the fiscal years, and there you have tax collection. We estimate those roughly 95%. You have the beginning fund balance. You have the extended tax rate, and then you have the permanent tax rate, and the difference there being what urban renewal in there. Then you have your various revenue sections in there, and you have the total resources add up to, that's all the revenue in a year plus the beginning fund balance. you have the percent increase in revenues, and then you have expenditures, which indicates those. You have the, if you take your total expenditures from your total resources, that's giving you your ending fund balance, and you can see the percent contingency. Then below that, you see the percent increase in expenditures. And you will notice when you get out to the year 2010 and 2011, once again, the growth in expenditures begins to exceed the growth in revenues. And therein lies the problem we continue to have, and I can't seem to get solved. And we'll get in that a little bit more detail in a bit. And then down below, you have the additions. I haven't run a couple of those out, but you can see them up in the other lines of what is in there. And you'll notice under police officers, you will see that scenario. And I quit planning after the 5-year period, but you'd have to have some type of growth beyond that too, just to maintain that ratio, depending on what the population growth is. And I'll hold off on that bottom little bracket because I'll explain that in a moment when we get to the next sheet. But you'll see there that the way this thing plays out is you have a police officer. We just added one in 08-09. You'd add one in 9-10. You'd add one in 10-11, and you'll add one in 11-12, and you add one in 12 and 13, and then we'll adjust and figure out what we got to do beyond that point. You see already, though, even without any additions beyond that, is by this plan will hold if things tend to improve out about 13, 14, and then the next year you're dropping down to a 1% contingency, so some adjustment's going to have to be made before you get that point. So that takes you beyond the 5 years before you have to begin to either make adjustments. I would suggest you do it before then, or you begin to look at whether you increase the rate any. Now, how can we take advantage of the COPS grant? It appears, I think, if I understand all the stuff's come out, there's $1 billion been set aside in the stimulus packet for COPS grants. And there's a couple of aspects of it that are much better than what had before. First of all, they've removed the $75,000 cap on salaries, and that's good news for us. And there's no matching funds. So I'll give you another scenario here that I think we could, and I'm just picking a number here because part of it is where do you put these folks, because we have facility issues as well. But we could add in this coming fiscal year, if we could get these grants, 3 officers. We could look at 5. I don't think there's any magic in the number, and that kind of really begins to catch us up. And I'll show you some scenarios. We probably could go for more. I think the reality, I think 5 may be really pushing. I think 3 there's probably a likelihood we could probably get there. Maybe we could get 5.
Can we find hire and house this year? Can we find hire and house and train in 1 year? That may?
Well, you got those issues too, but even if we get the grant, it doesn't necessarily all have. If we can do it over the next 2 years, or whatever the number is.
Okay.
I'm just taking a scenario here, but you might want to address that.
We can stagger that over. We can stagger that hire and training over a certain amount of time to be able to absorb those people and train and equip them.
Now, the grants are for 3 years, and really what the grants require you to do, I don't know if they come out and shoot us if we don't do this or whatever, is at the end of 3 years, we have to show we can absorb those positions, and therein lies the kicker. So kind of what this would look like right now is in 09-10, we would add 4 officers. One, we already planning an officer, the school resource act, that's about a half officer, and then let's say 3. And then we'd add 1 in 10-11, 1 in 11-12, and 1 in 12 and 13. So we'd add 7 officers in the next 4 years. And that, just to kind of give you a quick look at what that means staffing-wise. I think we have 35 right now, though.
Yes.
And if you ramp those up like that, we'd go from 1.14, and by the time we was at 12-13, we'd be at 1.27, which, we're kind of beginning to move in the direction that we need to. But to do that, it's going to take some adjustments, and I'll share the next spreadsheet with you here. Because herein lies the problem. If we don't make other adjustments and the officers come on, I'll let that. is when your officers come on, which is going to happen again, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12 are the years, and then 12, 13 is when you have to add those, and you see that creates a budget issue for you. So what can we do to make the plan work better?
First of all, Alice doesn't have to worry about it. Your term limited, you don't have to worry about it.
I'm out of here. But I would like to have this goal of mine achieved.
Well, there's a couple things you could do. Is again, you could go back because you're not levying your full rate, and you could look at levying something. It'd take you roughly 50 cents increase per 1,000 to cover. Well, probably not, because I calculated that at 5, so I'd have to ratchet that down some. But that only takes you out a few years before
So
you begin
50
to
cent
run.
maximum.
Yeah. Then you've got about $1 more that you could levy. Still under what we're not levying right now. So we're in pretty good shape. So that's one scenario. But I think a better scenario would be because I think you need to do that, and there's one flaw in this plan. I'll share that with you here in a second. And I'm trying to not incur your wrath right away until Lisa gets through this presentation. So,
we threw the tomatoes out.
Well, they still got breadsticks though, and they had garlic. They got garlic on them. Is to eliminate another service from the general fund, and we mentioned this when we was talking about annexation. And really, I think one that you could look at doing that would also solve another issue is your parks maintenance. Again, you'd have to develop my recommendation is that you develop a methodology and look at a parks maintenance utility fee. And I think you need to ramp that up enough, too, that it's actually more than what you're paying right now so that you can increase the parks maintenance. But you could do that at some point so that you can get through the fire annexation promise. You can still maintain the tax rate that. You are going to have a fee that's going to be added on, but you could maintain the officers and you could improve the parks maintenance as well. And what you have, what I gave you is the COPS grant without an adjustment. Let me kind of give you a parks the scenario with an adjustment. And again, these are trending documents because a lot can change. If the economy gets better, and I'm planning that it does after a couple of years, I took it down to the 4.25 in assessed value growth in 9, 10, 10, 11. After that, I went back to the 5.5. So we're hoping that happens. But if we went that scenario, is you see that this plan then goes out. You could probably stretch it if you really wanted to get lean out into about 15, 16. You still need to do some other adjustments. Now, there's one caveat in here, too, and I don't know how to play with this, and it's the issue we were talking about earlier, and you can see it right there in the line where it says transfers. That, again, is what's happening with community development. Now, if building comes back, you're going to get some other revenues. That's going to hopefully take that subsidy back some. But, again, the more things we tack on is that's one cost that just keeps rising. And if you recall, we took the library, when we cut it back, it was roughly $1.6 million. Here we're talking, you can see the revenues and the personnel services, and I took out both revenues, personnel services for parks, and that's roughly 1.2. And, we would be in good shape if we're taking that out of the general fund if we did that, but we're putting community development back in, and it's growing to be a full department in the general fund at the rate it's growing. So therein's part of the issue we're facing. How to control that, I don't know. I understand the pressure you're under to address those issues. I know a lot of this stuff's mandated. But it's a big ticket item. It keeps growing, and when you start talking about, do you want to hire cops? And yet, next thing we're talking about another planning thing. Those are things you have to start weighing because there's only so much money, unless we're going to come back and ask folks to pay. And I don't mind you doing this. I'm just trying to figure out how to keep this thing balanced and taking a place so you're not going out there and raising taxes every year. So.
And isn't it unknown? We don't know if the COPS grant might be renewable.
Well, but the first one you had to pick those up. Then you could add new officers.
I understand, but that.
Yeah, but sooner or later they got to come in.
a request.
Okay, Doug.
And the request is that we know we're ramping up several of these new we're ramping up some of the utility fees, but also the new ones over a period of time.
Yep.
I'd like to see how those ramp up, how those increase. They're being ramped up in the same time we're putting in a new one. I want to see what that kind of total would be.
Well, I thought, yeah, we can get to that. I was trying to look at this. There will be a little bit of overlap, and of course, the other thing that we need to talk about that we haven't chatted about is we need cost of living adjustments. That's not what they're called. Utility rate increases. We've got to keep those moving up because we're falling behind in those plans.
I thought those were built in.
We do, but some of those are bigger ones, and we did
Well, the new
postpone.
ones are.
The new ones.
And we did postpone one for 1 year or 2 years.
Sewer's been postponed
Yeah.
like 2 years, but
Yeah.
we've been trying.
And that's, again, part of that issue with the Public Works Operations Center is we can't go forward with that unless we get those rates in case. We are looking at the scenario you played out with water. It improves it some, but there's still a big step back. That looks like right now just preliminary reports on that, and they're still looking at what the legal side of that is.
Now, you're talking about where I suggested the 3% over the
Yep.
whole period of time from the time that thing was
Nancy's
passed.
been looking into that, and we're
Right.
getting some data on that. So, bottom line is costs are going to continue to go up, but it's kind of what you just saw in this issue, and I think that's how you make a good community. And yeah, it's more spendy to live there, but if it's done right, I think you do bring in a higher quality of investment. The scenario, Jim, that you brought up, and I've mentioned this to you before, and I think did you run off those sheets? About traffic tickets, and again, I would indicate I don't think that is a good idea. I think for a couple of reasons. We just went through this whole quota issue with police, and I think you're going to have some union issues if you do it. Also, too, if that's how you're funding an officer, you have to continue to write tickets and be more aggressive, and I think the minute citizens find out that's how you're funding the police department, they're going to be unhappy with you, and I think that builds a different relationship, too, between cops and citizens. But just looking at the number of citations and the total charges, and the number of citations just to kind of get you, you can see the numbers, and you can look over here and see what it's costing for a police officer, is you're going to have to write somewhere north of 10,000 tickets a year, which we hadn't even, our highest year was like 7,000, I think, in 2002, because not only is that going to increase, you get some money for cops, if you're going to write that kind of tickets, you got to process them. That means we're going to have to ramp up the court. It's just not a good way to go about doing it. You can do it. You're not going to get a lot of money out of it. You're going to make a lot of people mad, and it's not going to take it where you need to go because we need more than half an officer, and that's basically I just don't think it's a solid idea.
I would say there's some neighborhoods in which you make a lot of people happy, too. There's some neighborhoods in which we would make a lot of people happy.
No, we wouldn't, because
I
the people you'd
agree.
end up giving tickets to are the people who live in that neighborhood.
Yeah. I want to respond to that because I can't disagree more strongly. First, I'll share that the individual who actually told me about the police assessment fee was a police officer. The Milwaukee police assessment fee. And it's not a question of a quota. It's a question of adding an assessment onto the amount of tickets that we already generate anyway. So I don't see any reason, and I don't think this has happened in Milwaukee. I think it's a question of studying what's happened in Milwaukee in more detail. But I don't think this assessment has led Milwaukee police officers to be more aggressive in issuing tickets in order to raise revenue. It's a mechanism by which to increase the revenue stream by the number of tickets you write in the first place. And again, to get back to the issue that we're in a deep recession, you may have heard or read in the papers that Attorney General Kroger has indicated that with the deepening of the recession, crime will increase. And I'm very glad to hear about the COPS program, and I'm glad we're going to have more police officers, but I don't think that's the end of the story. Given how long our police force has been in disrepair and understaffed and underfinanced, I don't want to rely on any one idea, be it this is, remember, one idea on an entire police memo I wrote with several ideas I had culled from individuals and groups during the course of my city commission campaign. And, I mean, I don't know how, I mean, Rocky and I won't speak for Rocky, but I probably can say pretty safely that he shares my impression, is that when we had our city commission orientation and just found out how badly we're underfunded and understaffed and underhoused in this police department with stacks of backlogged investigative files, I want to personally raise enough money not just to have some more police officers, but to have better facilities, to have better vehicles, have better equipment, and raise this police department to where it should be. I mean, I discount this idea so out of hand. I just think is premature and not based on analysis of what's happened in other cities like Milwaukee. I mean, I've read in the newspapers that in places like Happy Valley, there are concerns of citizens about the fact that people are aggressively, that they do feel that the police are too aggressively assigning tickets. But people should be candidates so they can get out in the community and actually have people tell them what's happening in their own community. When I was out campaigning, I had stories like on Claremont Boulevard, a woman I knocked on her door told me about speeding cars constantly, and there was a little curve in the road, and then a car flipped over the curb and landed on her car in her front yard. I remember being at a Park Place Community Center meeting and watching a car wheel around that Holcomb curve at what had to be 90 miles an hour. I was told of fatal accidents on Highway 99. I mean, the issue is so large, and it calls for, I mean, every idea that can be brought to bear on the matter. Like I said, I very appreciate both Chief Conrads and City Manager Patterson pursuing the COPS grant. But I don't think that's the end of the story, and I'm not going to rest on the expectation that that's going to solve the problem. I just personally, I think there's a lot more to do above and beyond that.
Can I say something? When I was chief of Mount Angel, we actually had an additional assessment that we tacked on to traffic citations, and that assessment was specifically for training. And I saw Milwaukee's ordinance that their ordinance says it's for training, equipment, and administration. And I know that Milwaukee at one point hired part-time retired officers simply to enforce traffic laws there. And that's how that revenue stream increased, because of those 3 or 4 officers they hired that were retired. I'm not opposed to the assessment, but I don't think it is simply by itself a mechanism that we're going to get a significant number of police officers from. It might help supplement our budget for training or equipment or other things that we definitely need. We do need more people, and we do need a police facility, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. We need a lot more officers. We need a better facility to house them in. I do think the COPS grant is a great step towards doing that. If we can hire 3 to 5 officers with the knowledge that after the 3 years is over with, that we retain those officers, if the city's budget outlook is improved, really helps us get a head start on that. The way the plan has been laid out now, we don't start hiring officers again until next year and adding 1 per year. If we get this COPS grant and it gets approved, if we can hire 3 to 5 officers, we get them done, trained, and we're ready to go hitting the ground with those guys. And we've added, I think, up to 7 officers over that time, which is an improvement.
Right.
But it is going to take something more. It's going to take a lot of ideas, and I'm not opposed to the idea. I think it has its place, but in and of itself,
Yeah.
I really think we need this COPS grant. I really think we need to look at it. And additionally, we have to be ready to act on this by the end of this month. So I'd like to get commission approval to say, when these are available, we need to jump on that right away and apply for as many as we can, because if we don't, then we've missed a valuable opportunity. And I know you're not opposed to that.
You have my vote.
But before you jump in there, a couple things. You have to look at what's going to happen when they come off there, and you've got to have a plan, and you've got to be ready to act. And there's going to be a lot of folks that are not going to want you to take that other action, but you will really be in a pickle at that point if you do not take some other action. The other question, let me come back to, and I'll push back on that idea, because one of the things that Chief Conrad, since he's been police chief, is in regards to traffic citations, he's given his officers the discretion to actually do more warning tickets. You need a lot here. And one of the things that maybe we can get to, but I think you may have to go to the voters, is at least a partial bond for a facility. There's nothing that makes your community more angry than writing a bunch of tickets. And when they find out that you're paying for the police department writing tickets, you're going to lose votes there, and you may get in your own way. I just don't think it's a good idea we do it. Case in point, Coburg Police Department. All over the news for what they were doing, were writing tickets. And they were making big bucks off writing tickets down there. You can do it. You can look at those numbers. It's peanuts when we need dollars.
Well, I think as we go forward, I mean, I really appreciate the fact that you put this together long term, and I like the way that you lay that out. Gives me confidence that we can sustain it. And I'm kind of with the chief that I'm sure we'll need a multi-pronged approach, and this is really a good start. So with our scarce resources, I would sure like to see us go full speed ahead, looking at cops, and then supporting it with, and then looking at some other supplemental ideas that we might have later on.
But we'll need to start talking about what we do, because you won't be able to back up at that point. If not, you will be in a budget crisis.
Yeah, I understand. So what's your idea for decision-making on that? Budgeting?
You see that happens in what year?
Doug.
When you're talking about warnings, do you record registration or names of people when you give warnings?
Yes,
You do?
we do.
Okay. So you've got a track of it. Did we do that before? Because I was under the impression we did not. The warnings were just an officer giving a warning, and that was it.
Yeah, we've changed that. We've
Okay,
changed
good.
that now to
No, that's-
name, vehicle information, address,
I think-
those things are all documented.
Okay, I think that's great, because I will tell you, there's one traffic violation I do commonly, and I've gotten a lot of warnings for and almost never tickets for it. And that's...
Could you tell us more about that?
No. No. But the thing is, it's important, I think, that you, in fact...
Make sure you have
Make
no
sure.
more warnings.
Jim.
I just want to go back to what I was saying earlier. I brought forward this assessment first because out of all the ideas I've talked about, this is really simple to implement. It's a lot of the other ideas that were suggested to me require pretty, significant efforts, like, passing special assessments, etc. But this is one idea out of many that I advocate. And as if we are going to be able to carry this forward after the COPS grant expires, we will need many sources
Sure.
of revenue to maintain that.
Sure. Like I said, I'm not opposed to this. I think to use it simply to raise revenue could be a mistake. I think if we added this without the intent of writing more citations to write more revenue, I think it's a good funding source. In other words, if the number of citations we write stay steady. Because what it does then is, if you look at some of these figures, it gives us another, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year that we can use to help train police officers. We can help to buy equipment for police officers. We can do a lot of stuff with that money. But to simply use it as a mechanism to raise revenue, I think Mr. Patterson is right in some ways that you start alienating your community when they look at writing traffic citations simply as a way to line your pockets, so to speak. I
Well,
think
this idea was not suggested to me, and I don't forward it.
as a trigger or an incentive to write more tickets.
Right.
It's to raise the revenue stream
Sure.
that we have out of the tickets that we already do write.
Like I said, when I was the chief of police of Mount Angel, I brought something similar forward to the city council at the time, and its intent at the time was simply for money for training for police officers, and that's the way it was written into the ordinance down there. The money would be used to train police officers. So there was not that stigma out there that we were using that money basically to increase our revenue in nefarious ways.
And the ordinance can be written.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's the way it was done in Mount Angel, so I believe you could write it.
Milwaukee.
Right. They wrote it for training, equipment, and administrative cost.
Okay, Rocky?
I've been kind of quiet, and I'm just kind of shocked that I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm excited about it, and I think that I'm just really excited about the position that the police department is in, and we really get to start from scratch and kind of see what the future brings, and I definitely am encouraged by the opportunity for the COPS grants, and in fact, I think that it exceeds what I was hoping to see in terms of adding police officers in the short term. So that makes me really happy. As a school person, I'm kind of embarrassed at the likelihood that the school would even consider a cut in funding for the school resource officer, and I've been fairly vocal at the school level about that. I think it's one of the worst things of all the things that we could cut. But in the event that that happens, which it very well could, I appreciate your opinion in the sense that that's a crucial piece, because I was fearful that if the school wasn't supportive of it, that the city might not be supportive of it either. And I think it's one of the most important things that we can fund as a city. We have virtually a small city in itself up there, and I have major concerns as a teacher there of safety and security, and I think we've been extremely lucky in this city and that in the school district of not having some major problems, and I think there's been times that we probably could have. So I appreciate that. I definitely think that I don't want to see the fees added on as just a complete source of revenue either. I think that needs to be dealt with really carefully. But I also know that the police officers themselves are extremely interested in having a discussion about possibilities of bringing in income and all of these types of things. I think there's a lot of ideas within the police department staff about how to address some of these issues too, and I hope that the focus in getting some new officers hired right off the bat, and then we can spur a discussion on within the department, and I'm sure that you'll be doing that, to see because I really think the issues in terms of some of the quota issues in the past were basically the communication of how that was dealt with, and I don't necessarily think that the police officers were against writing tickets that were generating revenue, but I do think that's a careful balance. But just getting the discussion started and having that buy-in as a whole team really is crucial. I'm excited about this, and I hope that we can do it, and I hope that we, just getting started on it is the important part, but how do we get beyond that few years? But I think this is clearly a priority, and I'm not opposed to finding other places where things go away, because this is such a major priority, and we've had many discussions about whether the perception in the city is whether or not we're safe or not, and we're clearly not. There's a lot of people that are very concerned about their safety at the school level. We've all talked to citizens campaigning that are extremely concerned about the safety in Oregon City. And with the neighbors on Laurel Lane, I mean, there's some big things that have come out lately that we're seeing all throughout the community. So I think there is a need, and my real concern with the plan of one police officer a year was that, in 5 years, we have half as many police officers as we need today, and we're not even making an effort in catching up. And as major of a commitment as I feel that this is in comparison to what the original plan was, it gets us at least started. And I'm appreciative of the work that was done to look at this, and I think that we're on the right track, and I'm excited about it.
I agree. I think the police department, this is a good start for what the police department needs. But the caveat to that is making sure that funding is picked up after the COPS grant expires. That's the real rub here, is to make sure that there's some mechanism in place that we can absorb those positions into the budget and keep moving forward. Because it doesn't do us any good to hire these 3 officers or 5 officers, whatever we're going to get into a COPS grant, and then 3 years see that funding go away. And like Mr. Patterson said, the COPS grant this time is different than it was under the Clinton administration, in that before there was a 25% local match, which has been waived. And there is also a limit, there was a cap limit, I think it was $75,000 before in salary and benefits, and that's been waived too. So this is a really good opportunity for us right now. But without that plan for the future...
Well, and that was definitely a problem in the past with the school resource officer. I mean, we've lost that in the past because of that same issue.
Sure.
Good luck with that grant writing.
Yeah, I'm going to put forward a request. We did hear at the commission level about the gang activity next to Gardner and so forth. I know back 2 years ago, crime was on the decrease in Oregon City, and Chief Harris mentioned at that time we didn't have that much gang activity, but we see it in our neighboring cities, and it's going to move. It's probably going to move this way. I think we've got the evidence that's happening. When you're looking at those, how to allocate those resources when we get them, I'd really like on the top of the list to put a second resource officer for the 2 middle schools, because the gangs are going to feed off somebody, and I think it's critical to have them at the places where that could occur.
I agree. And speaking of Laurel Lane, just as an aside, we have actually, over the last couple of days, this morning we made 2 arrests on Laurel Lane for some damage to the fence that was down there, and we cleared another incident of criminal mischief when the suspect in that unexpectedly died later that night. So,
What happened?
Natural causes at the hospital.
Well, on that happy note.
Just one really quick thing. I don't want to take this too much longer, but off of what Doug was talking about in terms of the school resource officer possibly in the future at the middle school level, that's a discussion that I've had a lot and I've thought about a lot too. The unique challenges that we have one school in the county and one in the city, and in terms of the school district. So we have Ogden Middle School, which isn't in the city, and so I know that creates an interesting dilemma, because if you have a second school resource officer for the middle school that's funded by the city, is that just for Gardner, or how do we, or is there a partnership with the county somehow to deal with that? So that's something we need to think about too, if that comes up in the future.
In my neighborhood, I think most of the middle school students do go to Ogden.
Right.
And so I don't know if you can deal with it from the standpoint of the population served, even if it's in the county, and something I think is worthy of discussion.
I think, too, as we look at this, we probably have multiple ideas from the department itself, and I'm sure you'll give us some.
Right. Just one thing. Like I said, I'll need some guidance from the commission prior to the end of this month, because I need to make sure that we have at least your tacit approval that we're going to try to move forward on this, because we have to get our applications in.
You have no objections.
Yeah.
There are no objections. You got it.
We'll see how many officers we can do. I'll need
Yeah.
to look at that. When I ran it with 5, the numbers really got problematic after they came out of the grant, but I had a couple of errors and I didn't go back and run it with 5 after I did that, so I'll have to take a look at that. But we'll get as many as we can. I think the thing that you have to start thinking about
Is
is
the long term.
really what type of program do you want to do? Because we'll need, I mean, you'll need to start in advance of that. There's a methodology has to be developed. Definitely you want to start having, at some point, probably not this year, a conversation with the community because, you know, there'll be some
Yeah.
folks that have to join this.
That'll
And
cost
also,
money.
I would
That'll
also-
to have conversation with the community is a
I would also
resource
ask,
issue.
I'd also ask the commission to begin to have the same type of interest in solving some of these other issues we have. Because not the only area we've got staffing problems, and you got a lot of the staff that was saying, you know, you don't hear about them every day, but they're really busting their tail to get things done, and they're not getting the resources, and that's your job to give it to them, if you want them to do all the things we've asked here, so.
Bring us a proposal. 'Cause we're certainly interested in that, especially that.
You got to figure out how to squeeze it into some of this, though. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the problem, is because,
But tell us
again,
which one
there's
you
a-
want to hire first. I mean, that's what we've asked for, and we haven't had a, which one do we want to hire first, and then.
Well, I think I just
So,
gave you that this evening. That's been number one on the priority list, but I think we've got to look at parks. You definitely need some clerical help. You need some administrative help.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can tell you, it's getting frustrating to continue to pull rabbits out of the hat and meet the demands you have and have nobody to hand it to help. It's
That's very high on my priority list,
I know.
to get that
But
done.
every time we bring that up, you know, you've got folks in this community that jump all over administrative costs and
We haven't tried that.
I know, but when we really get there and what it takes to do that, I mean, one of the things you're going to have to look at, even stripping off, how do you control the cost in community development? And if not, are we going to raise that tax rate a little bit? Because that's what it's going to take. Or you're going to have to find some other thing. I mean, those are tough political questions. That's why the good thing is we are understaffed, so we're not having to lay folks off in this downturn. And I don't want to get to that point. On the other hand,
The workload's pretty heavy.
well, it's ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
And the meeting schedule is even more so. I mean, these folks are spending a lot of evenings away from home, and somehow we're going to have to figure out how to consolidate some of this stuff so it's not every night they're out someplace. So.
Toward that end,
That's my
we are adjourned.
soapbox.